What's up, sports fans? It's your man D back, speaking my sports talk. All right, check it out, man. Y'all know we got to talk about this. Suppose everybody's talking about this. Feedback. Sorry about that, but I suppose everybody's talking about this. And Deontay Wilder, man. Deontay Wilder. Giving Mark Breeland 10. Like, wow. I I tell you right now, I think it's a huge mistake. Huge mistake coming into this Fury fight and letting Breland go. I think most people would believe that Breland was probably the brains of that outfit there. You know, I mean, let's be honest. JD's, I don't think anybody in boxing has too much confidence in JD's as a trainer and what he brought to the table for Deontay Wilder. But one thing's for sure, two things for certain. Mark Breland, you know, that was a mine. I think this whole backlash from throwing in the towel and all of that nonsense, I'm not really going on that too much. I don't know how much it was about him throwing in the towel and all of that. I don't know what's up with my comments right quick. Doesn't seem like. What's up, everybody? I see y'all out there. Let me see. I don't know what's up with the comments. I don't see any comments coming through. I'm gonna drop one myself. See if they come. I didn't even see my comment come through. Man, YouTube is going haywire. All right, there it is. I don't know what happened. Anyway, what's up? What's up, Dara? I was about to beat up my coworker last night on the job. Oh no. What happened, fam? What they do? What they do? About to get wrecked at the job, man. Damn. Going down at the job. Yeah, well. What do you think about Wilder firing Breland, man? I think that's a big, big mistake. Uh Coming so close to this fight. Timmy Nealon, what's good with you? Brick City, what's up? What's up, Brick City? My bro Willie Williams in the building. What's good, Willie Williams? Soccer Training Club, what's up, fam? Yeah. So man, this whole thing with Breland, I don't know, man. Look, Deontay Wilder shaking anything up in that camp. I mean, like, okay, so JB's is his main trainer. We know this, so it's not like he's not gonna have his main trainer, but these camps, man, these teams, like, you don't want to mess up. Maybe it was bad chemistry there. Maybe we could say that, but I just think, what is he gonna learn this close to the Fury fight? That's the thing. Like, what is he actually going to learn? And then you have to implement these things. That's why I was saying people talking about guys getting new trainers. Well, I would think getting new trainers and switching up your team would benefit guys more that are accustomed to taking in instructions, which clearly hasn't been Wilder his whole career. And had it not been for Breland, he probably wouldn't even have had the jab established that he does have. So we're talking about a fighter here that's not really good at taking in instructions. He's switching up his camp and everything. That makes no sense to me. That makes absolutely no sense at all. Like, now's not the time for him to switch up anything. Not going into this Fury fight. I just don't get it. I don't get and who's he going to replace him with? And is he going to be willing to take instructions from him? And how well at this point in his career can he even take instructions? Because when he gets excited, all of that goes out the window. Even his fans have to admit that. As soon as Wilder gets excited, all of the instructions goes out the window. He goes haywire, goes into this windmill or whatever you want to call it. Barry Hearn got COVID. Was it Barry or Eddie? Barry, Donald Trump. A lot of people starting to come out and say they have it. They're saying they have it. Just remember that. That's what the word on the street is. It don't necessarily mean they have anything, but you know how that go. G man in the building. What's good with you, G man? Yeah, I think it's a bad move too, G man. I think it's a real bad move because it's too close. It's too close. Like, okay, so the fight's supposed to be in December. Now let's say that they postpone the fight, right? Which is a possibility, with everything going on. They postpone the fight. Even still, this is not a fighter that's generally gonna adapt, right? Make massive adjustments. Now you're talking about adjusting to a whole new trainer. Chris, what up, bro? Boston Monster said I take it and make it into Camden yards. Mark Breeland did the same. Yeah, Wilder's not going to get better with another trainer. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, because they put that narrative out, and, snakes in this camp and all of that. And, man, they filtering all kind of stuff in this guy head, ain't it? Changes are not bad. I agree with that, soccer training club. But again, that's why I was saying this is not a guy that he doesn't show adjustments. Look how long he's been fighting. If anything, he's regress. He hasn't progressed, and he doesn't take instructions well. So it's definitely bad timing. I mean, I would agree with you. Timing is key, but this would, in my opinion, would be bad timing. Yeah, but Brick City, this is the difference. Look at the IQ, the talent level, the pure boxer we talking about. Fury's a boxer. Wilder's not your traditional boxer in no sense, fam. Fury's a boxer and able to take instruction. And he went into the Crunk gym and did that. Like, why are we going? We can't make Wilder something he's not. Fury's shown the ability to adjust and change his game in the ring, not throughout a whole fight camp. So Fury changing from a fighter like Fury changing from trainers versus a fighter like Wilder changing from trainers is a totally different thing. Just because Fury did it doesn't mean Wilder can do it. He's not your traditional style boxer. Fury follows the sweet science more. Wilder doesn't, which makes it harder for him to adapt to something new and especially adapt to change. Hey, with Ice, what's good with you? This is why I'm saying I don't get this move right here. Move makes no sense. Um, Malik Scott now has more of a role in Wilder's team, according to Shelly Finkel. He has more of a role. Okay. D Fanon said 100K under the pandemic isn't bad. Yeah, right. Yeah, they would say that. They would say that. They was expecting way more numbers than that. So I'm not even trying to hear that that's not bad. You can't polish a turd. Good one, Meatloaf. You can't polish a turd. That's good. Trump said uh, he got it to get out of the debate. Uh, it was a worthless debate anyway, Willie. That was a clown show. That was a joke. That was a debacle comedy skit. That's what that debate was. You know, that debate sound like a live on the MXBC. Nobody let nobody talk. Everybody yelling over each other. That's what that debate was. MXBC laugh. Man, that debate was ludicrous, man. And now, notifications. Y'all hit that like button. Y'all don't mind. Oh, you know what? All right. Well, all right. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah. So let me get back to the chat. Not a good look for Wilder. I don't think so either. Think Cap. I really don't, man. Wilder, a one trick pony and a stubborn Bronco. Yeah, man. That's the thing. That's the thing that I'm saying. It's like he's stubborn, no doubt. And um, see, a lot of the stuff he's been doing has been working for him, but it has a lot to do with the level of competition because they haven't gotten him in front of the right guys. But now that he's in front of a guy that, I mean, let's think about it like this. Okay. So Wilder comes in with a different game plan, right? And then Fury adjusts to that game plan. Now, then what's Wilder going to do? Because there's no way anybody going to sit up here and tell me that Wilder has plan A, B, C, and D, and all of that kind of stuff. Bro. He probably has, if he comes in with a different game plan, Fury's going to adjust to it. Once Fury adjusts to his game plan, what is he going to do? Go back to the windmill, get beat up again? The whole thing. Like, how much can they teach him by the next fight? So losing Breeland shouldn't affect him if he ain't following. Right, but it ain't gonna help him. What he need right now, Brick City, is help. So you might be right. It shouldn't might not affect him too much. But one thing's for sure, two things for certain. Even a Wilder fan got to give him credit, Breeland credit for establishing that jab, working that jab. Now he's going up against a guy where he's going to need a jab. He's going to need a jab against Tyson Fury. Toby Barlett, what's good with your ace? What's good with your ace? Think Cap. Horrible debate. Yeah, that debate was retarded. Yeah, man. I am. I am. I haven't done any here lately, but yeah, that's still going. I'm gonna keep that going. I got him covered, Ace. I got him covered, fam. Toby. Toby shouting out everybody. What's up? T Bad Intentions. What's good? Brick Titty says he may have no answers other than the knockout. Well, well, we agree on that. We do agree on that, Brick City. And that's always an element. That's why all of these people put him, saying this guy beat him up, that guy beat him up. I'm like, bro, y'all silly as hell. Especially those Daniel Dubois fans talking about what he'll do. I'm like, man, y'all silly as hell. You know, just because Fury beat him, we can't start talking that kind of nonsense that this guy will do this and that guy will do that. Like, this is still Wilder. And Daniel Dubois is extremely defensively inefficient to the max. Like, Wilder finds that kid with that right hand, and Wilder's fast, bro. Like, he's fast and he has good timing with that right hand. And I don't want to hear he get beat up. He's always get beat up, and he finds that right hand and bow, done. So like, I don't even want to hear this Joe Joyce and Dubois and all of these young fighters. Like, man, give these guys time. It's still a good possibility that he finds that hand on Anthony Joshua, even though people don't want to hear that. That's just a fact, bro. He can find that right hand. He found it on Fury. How can we just sit up here and say he's not going to find it on Joshua? He found it on Fury. Fury just got up. Ref gave him more time, whatever. He got up, and then the fight went the distance, but he still found that hand. And Fury moves way better than Anthony Joshua. As a matter of fact, Anthony Joshua just picked up his movement and his defensive abilities in the second Andy Ruiz fight. So we can't just like certain things, man. People just say stuff like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's just to me, it's just not being totally honest about it because can't just throw this guy down at the bottom because he got beat up by Fury. Somebody who can move well, who got better footwork than Fury. Only argument is Usyk. When you talk boxing with BDA group, cool to hear you there talk boxing. Oh, I appreciate that. Boxing archives and facts. Yeah, man, I like BDA and Bucho too little. Precise mad at me, but I don't have a problem with Precise, man. But he probably not even mad for all I know. I don't even care about that. But no, I like that group over there, man. BDA is cool. I like the Kumite. I need another challenger. I need to go beat somebody else up, boxing archives in the Kumite. Need to get precise over there in the Kumite. Mr. Aces. Ace said, can I recommend the LDBC idiot to add to you? Well, I don't really want to attack the whole group, Ace. Here's why. I don't know if you know blood boxing, scrapbook boxing. Cali Enigma, he kind of rubbed me the wrong way, but his channel is okay too. Um, it's some channels of the LBDC that I don't really have a problem with. When it comes to boxing, Trill, Fight Fan. When it comes to boxing, I can't dig his channel, but outside of boxing, he does some other talks and stuff like that. I can dig. I can dig it. You know what I mean? So, um, I don't want to go after them as a unit. That's why I have went after like Fanon, BFTB, Blue Blood for certain things they say or certain videos, and I'll call them out. But to go after them as a whole unit, I really don't want to do that because there's some channels there that I do respect. Like I said, blood boxing and scrapbook. Like I don't have nothing but respect for those guys, and I can't disrespect their channel. If I was to go after the whole group like that, then you know, basically not deciphering the idiots. Like they say, is bad apples in every bunch. You know what I mean? Some idiots and some not. One thing you can respect about blood boxing, if you've never been over there, go give him a listen. Is he doesn't follow a narrative, bro. He goes with what he thinks, and he has valid facts that back up what he thinks and what he believes. It's not just rhetoric. So I can respect that. So that's it. Kryptonite for every fighter. Yeah, that right hand, man. That right hand, like that uppercut Povetkin through. I don't think I don't think if he lands that uppercut like that on anybody, that they stand up. From that was a perfect uppercut he landed on Dillian White. And I could see anybody catching it on the chin like that. Wilder, Fury, Joshua, all of them. Sleep. Gone. Out of there. So Big Dan in the building was good. He said, I think the only fighter beats Wilder is Fury. Uh, you know, could be, man. I don't know. I don't know. I would definitely like to see him fight someone else. If he wins the title back, of course he'll be fighting someone else, and it'll be all mayhem in the LDBC, no doubt. But I would like to see him fight someone else. I just don't want to see him come off this Fury fight if he loses and then go back to fighting guys like Duhaupas, you know, guys like that, man. I mean, shoot, if he loses this fight to Fury, the way I see it, Brickson, is he gotta fight. He gotta fight somebody big, or he's not gonna make no money out of the fight. So I don't even think he can afford to, like, if he loses this trilogy to Fury, he can't even afford to go fight a tomato can. He has to fight somebody big, or it's not gonna be any money in the fight. You know what I mean? People are gonna want to pay to see him get beat up again, or if it was just Fury to beat him up. Because this is one thing about boxing too, and about every sport. Like sometimes an athlete or a fighter or something, they just got the other player's number. Like remember Sugar Shane Mosley? I always go back to Sugar Shane Mosley and Vernon Forrest. I think Vernon Forrest was he was not a better boxer than Sugar Shane Mosley. Not by any means, but he beat him in the amateurs twice. He beat him in the pros twice. So it's safe to say that Vernon Forrest probably just had Sugar Shane Mosley's number, right? It could be that kind of thing with Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury. Maybe it is that Tyson Fury just has Deontay Wilder's number, right? And then he goes in there and start blasting through everybody else again. You know, sometimes that's the case. Sometimes fighters just have another fighter's number. Doesn't necessarily mean he's better. Now, me personally, I believe Ed Fury's better than Wilder, but I'm just saying it doesn't necessarily because he can beat Wilder doesn't necessarily mean he's an overall boxer. Now, he beats Wilder again, he definitely will have an overall better record, more accomplishments, blah 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 blah. But Wilder could go ahead and he could move forward and start knocking everybody out in his path. Say Dillian White steps up, yeah, he beat Povetkin, but I beat him. He's been running away from me. Pow, and then he gets knocked out by Wilder. You know what I mean? And then you just see this sort of a spiral where Wilder is starting to knock everybody out in his path after he loses to Fury. It could happen. And his money, he starts making money again. You never know. Wilder lost to Fury, didn't release working. Oh man, you had the cookout. I remember that. Yeah, but this one is worse. Yeah, man. Wilder ain't gonna. Stu Little is a sensitive ass racist. Keep your eye on him. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Everybody's racist in this country, man. I'll say everybody's prejudiced in this country to some extent. They just don't know it. So many black people call white men devils, and they don't think that's prejudice. But quick to call another man a racist. It's just so crazy in this country. Brown going one, what's good with you, fam? Think Cap in the building. What's good? Think Cap. Hell of an uppercut. Yes, it was, bro. Hell of an uppercut. Big Dan, what's up? Stu Little has never been racist. Yeah, I've never seen it. That's why I didn't. I ain't ever really. No, I just said everybody's prejudiced to some extent. Do you think Wilder can beat some of the top 10 guys? Like, yes, I do. I honestly do, Joe. That's the thing. Real quick, Joe, before I say that, Willie Williams, my brother, appreciate you. Appreciate your super chat, man. He said, D, where's Get This Smoke? He good? I emailed you concerning that 15-day stock. Okay, I'm gonna send you back an email. Yeah, I might be off for everybody too that I sent that message to. I might be off on the timeline, but y'all stay steady on that until this election is over. Just stay steady and ready on that till this election is over. Keep a 10-day stop. But Smoke was I just talked to Smoke not too long ago. Smoke, he be around, man. Smoke be on a lot of panels, and sometimes he'll sit there for 7, 8 hours at a time. So, you know, Smoke is he's good from last time I talked to him, Willie. All right, so back to Joe. He said, yeah, Joe, I do think that he can beat a lot of the top 10 guys. This is what I'm saying about Wilder. And that's what I was saying about the whole Sugar Shane Mosley, Vernon Ford situation. Like, I don't think people should start underestimating this guy or start feeling like because Fury did what he did to him, that a lot of these other boxers could pull it off. I'm not too comfortable with that, and I'm not too sure of that. I think that Wilder still knocks a lot of these guys out because, unlike Fury, they don't know what to do to stay away from that right hand. See, that's what we got to think about. Uh, a lot of these guys, they don't know how to stay away from that right hand. Fury found a way to stay away from that right hand or to nullify that right hand. And just because he did it, he nullified it in the way he did, doesn't mean that someone else can do that. And that's the thing. So I'm just not too sure, fam. I'm not too sure with Wilder right yet. I don't want to write him off. Uh, that's what I was just saying. I want to see him fight after this Fury fight, but still fight the top guys. You know, not start going down and fight these worthless guys and trying to make money because uh, they try that. It's just going to be silly because to me, it's just going to appear that they think Wilder still has that marquee value in it without a title. And I don't think he's that. I think it was his title and the perception that he could lose and people wanting to see him lose. That's what was making the money, but not really the fact that, you know, what he was doing because he wasn't really fighting the best guy. He loses again, everyone will want him to fight. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Brick City. I agree with that. I think he got a couple more fights. You mean Forrest had Mosley's number? Yeah, that's what I mean. Vernon Forrest, but I don't think he was a better boxer than Sugar Shane. I think Sugar Shane was the better boxer, but Vernon Forrest just had his number. But I don't, this is not the same thing with Wilder and Tyson. I think Tyson Fury got his number, but I still think Tyson Fury the better boxer. But I'm just saying, as far as he has Wilder's number, he knows what it takes. Can't just say that for everybody. It's like Dillian White just got caught by Povetkin. Wilder's much faster than Alexander Povetkin. Much faster than Alexander Povetkin. He has that wide stance. He has the reach, length, and height on Dillian White. You know what I'm saying? All of that. So can he sleep him? Sure, he could. I always thought Wilder would beat Dillian White. Leon Bias used to go back and forth about that. And I used to say, man, I think Wilder beats Dillian White because Dillian White shows these defensive lapses, which is what he did in the Povetkin fight. He showed a defensive lapse and got his ass knocked out. And so I just don't want to honestly, I can't just put guys over top of Wilder just because Fury is doing what he's doing. That's what I'm saying. Because then, in another sense, it takes away from my guy Fury. It's like, oh yeah, well, it's just Fury to beat him, so anybody can beat him. Nah, get the fuck out of here. No, it's not. Not just anybody can beat him because Fury beat him. You know what I mean? It starts to make it seem like that a little bit. Can you give me that corkscrew, man? Oh, I don't know, man. I still think so. Joe, I still think he can beat some guys in the top 10. Jerome Benjamin, what's up? What's up with your fam? Lydia Jones in the building. What's up? Freddie G. What's good with you? Yep. Shout out to my man Willie Will. No doubt, Freddie G. Shout out to Williams for the donation to the Speak Your Mind Sports Talk fam. Appreciate that, Willie Williams. Appreciate you again, bro. Joe says, I'm trying to send a super chat, but it keeps saying error. Yeah, I know, man. Sometimes people have that. Joe Spears in the description. I think I put it in the description of this chat. Let me see. Because people was telling me that, and so yeah, I put it in the description. It's a cash app in the description. if you're having problem with that. It's Speak Your Mind Sports Talk Cash Out. It's set up for the channel, so you can send it there if you want, or the thought is appreciated, fam. So even if you don't send it, just the thought of you wanting to send one, that's also appreciated. But look, guys, what I do need, because YouTube's not sending out my damn notifications. That's why I was stalling earlier. I had to send them out. Is hit the like and share if y'all got different social media pages. That helps. That helps big because like I said, I'm on YouTube punishment, man. I'm on YouTube punishment, guys. I talked about something I should have talked about. They don't like it. So they're not sending out notifications. Y'all make sure y'all still subscribe, because some people said they didn't get notifications. And then when they came to click into the live, they was unsubscribed from the channel. I'm like, damn, man, YouTube doing it like that? They unsubscribing people from the channel and all kinds of stuff. So yeah, guys. So hit that like, hit that share if you can. Y'all know I don't really usually ask you guys to do anything but sit here and kick it with old D Jeff. Let me put this link back in the chat just in case somebody want to come up and talk about this Wilder situation. Give your thoughts on what you think. What do y'all think this means too? Um, what do y'all think this means too for this fight? So we can talk about Breeland, should he have done it, not, this, that, and the third. But does this change the outcome? Like, does this change the odds for some people? Because I'm pretty sure some Wilder fans that may have thought he really was a snake or whatever might think that this increases the odds of Wilder winning. But me personally, I think this decreases his odds of winning drastically. Mark, Ashley, what's up? D is gonna kiss Wilder's ass. Nah, bro. I don't think it's not that, Mark. It's just I really don't like. I really don't. It's more about Fury. If you want to be honest, Mark, because I'm a Fury fan, right? So, like, what I'm saying here is really more about Tyson Fury. Is if people just start saying that this guy can beat Wilder, this guy can, but then what does that mean for Tyson Fury? You know what I mean? I already know that everybody thinks Wilder's not so great, but I don't think that Fury is the fighter you could use as a catalyst to prove that. Okay, see, I knew Wilder wasn't so great. Fury beat him. Well, who the hell is beating Fury? And who the hell can get in there and deal with Fury? We don't know that yet. So we can't just say, well, oh, I knew Wilder won all of that. Fury beat him. Yeah, well, this is Fury that beat him. Can all of these other heavyweights get in there and do what Fury did? I don't think so. And this is why I don't want to just kick Wilder to the curb and say, oh, okay, all the top 10 guys can beat him now because Fury. No, forget about all of that. Fury is 6'9", got range, got distance on all of the guys at heavyweight, got height on all of the guys at heavyweight, got footwork on all of the guys at heavyweight, besides maybe UC. That's it. Like, he has all of these attributes outside of the fact he has one of the highest IQs outside of Usyk. Would be the only argument. So IQ, ring generalship, height, reach over everyone, and footwork. That's massive. So just because Fury could go in there and do that doesn't mean that Dillian White can, Oscar Rivas, Andy Ruiz. Like, come on, guys. I think Wilder sleeps a lot of these guys. Put him out. Put them out. That's what I honestly think. I'm not even trolling. No cap. I think Wilder puts a lot of these guys out still. What's up, Brian?
What update?
Same old, man. Just
Yeah.
kick it. So what do you
Oh,
think about this firing, man? You think it helps Wilder? Hurts him?
yeah. I got I got a hypothesis for you.
Go ahead.
Tyson Fury, being the asshole he is, goes hire Mike Breeland for the next fight against Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Fury already said um when they was talking before about firing Breland that if Wire fired him, he would hire him. And I could see Fury doing something. Let me tell you something, man. Forget about what Breland. I don't think Breland could teach Fury a damn thing about a jab. Like
Yeah,
let's be honest. It's Fury's a specialist with his jab. That's what he uses more than anything. And
yeah,
now he's acquired a stiff jab, messing with the crunk gym, right?
yeah,
So I don't think that there's anything that Breland is going to bring to the table concerning Fury's jab. But here's
yeah,
the thing: it would be hellified mental warfare to hire that guy because the first thing they're going to think is, "Oh man, the secrets." You know, Wilder's weaknesses. He was inside Wilder's camp, so that's hellified mental warfare to hire that guy. That's what I think would be the biggest point of anything, because we're not going to give Breland credit for being better than those Sugar and those guys over at the Crunk Gym.
yeah,
We're not going to give Breland all of this credit as if he could teach Fury, but so much concerning his jab. So it would be more or less a mental warfare thing and to expose a lot of Wilder's weaknesses, which a lot of his weaknesses are fucking painfully obvious. To tell you the
yeah.
truth, you just look at him boxing, you can see a lot of his weaknesses, but he could expose some other things, and that would be bad for the camp. Joe Spears, what's good with you, fam?
Man, look, I got a lot to say, man. I got a lot to say.
All right, take it away.
So I watched a couple of Deontay Wilder fights whenever he was in the Olympics. He won the bronze medal. And to be honest, he looks a little bit more technically sound before he went professional. And honestly, I think that he was taking advantage of that training he has. The white guy, if I'm correct, his name is JDS.
Yeah, JD's.
I
Yeah,
think they got, yeah, yeah. I think they fell in love with his power, and they, when it comes to like the fundamentals of boxing, they like left it alone and went straight towards power. And as you can see, when it comes to the Tyson Fury fight, he got exposed. He got taken advantage of. He got beaten up on Black History Month, embarrassed. And I don't know, man. Like I honestly I think that he fired the one coach that he should have kept in his corner.
Yeah, well, Breland. Yeah, I I agree with that. But the thing is, I think Deontay Wilder needs someone. I think Mark Breland is not the loudest guy. I think Deontay Wilder needs someone to tell him what to do. When things are going wrong.
yeah,
You know, so if Mark Breland probably technically his amateur record is second to none. He was a great amateur. He was a great pro. But I think I think he needs someone. I think Deontay needs someone to tell him what to do, not whisper in his ear. He needs someone to, you know, give him instructions in certain moments. And if Mark Breland's going to sit in the corner and say nothing, I think it's better for Mark Breland he's out of there because I can imagine him trying to teach Deontay Wilder, you know, the more scientific style of boxing, and it goes one out in one ear and out the other. They've been with each other for a very long time,
yep.
you know.
That's a fact.
So,
Real quick, Brian, hold your thought. Hold your thought, real quick.
yeah,
G-Man boxing, Wilder can still be plenty of top 10 in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that 100%. G-Man spoiling the hell out of D-Jeff. I appreciate you, G-Man, with the super chat. My man, unbiased, King unbiased in the building. AJ knocking out Fury. Yeah, 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 yeah. Remains to be seen, buddy. I think Fury boxes his head off the big doser, just like Fury said. Oh man, go ahead, Brian. Go ahead, pick back up. Pick back up.
yeah. No, I'm just saying, sometimes a change is as good, and especially when you're coming off a defeat. But what really gets me, he fires, I think, the one guy in his corner who actually, is looking after his best interest in Mark Breeland. You
Yeah.
know, he's the one looking after, because he was taking a beating in there, and all it can take is a couple of shots for it to go wrong.
Yeah.
And if he didn't throw in the towel when he did, I'm not saying Wilder dies, but maybe he could be hurt more than he was.
Yeah.
So, for me, because JD has said it himself, they've talked to Deontay Wilder, and if they were ever in that position, and Deontay Wilder told them to never throw in the towel.
Ah,
So, but Mark Breeland looked over it and said, that's not my job. My job is to look after the fighter. And he did his job, even if Deontay Wilder didn't agree with it. He did his job, and what was better long term for Deontay Wilder, and not what was short term. And because of that, there he got fired. That's my opinion on it. You know,
facts. Yeah, no,
but
no, I feel
sometimes
you. I feel you, Brian. Let me catch up with the chat real quick.
no,
I'm gonna let you continue. Uh SSB, what's good with you, fam? Appreciate you coming through. My man Monkey Kung Fu in the building. Salute to you, Monkey. Appreciate you coming through, my man. Iceman, what's up? He said he's blaming everything but himself. Not good. Great point, Iceman. Great point. Joe Spears, I'm trying to let you in. It says not okay. There it is. There it is. All right. That is a good point. SSB says, yeah, he thought I was punch drunk. He spazzed out. Oh, okay, y'all talking about something on the other live. Great G. Monkey Kung Fu said, who's replacing Breland or giving Dante? I don't even know, but they said one of his co-trainers are going to step up. Shelly Finkel says one of his co-trainers is going to step up and fill the position there, Monkey Kung Fu. But I don't care who replaces Breland at this point. I think that this is still a huge mistake. I buy houses. Breland feels like how D felt when he knows the sports fighter.
yeah,
Yeah, difference between me and Breland is I quit. Breland didn't.
yeah.
Mr. Jones underwater. What's up? What's up? Oh yeah, yeah. Joe Spears. Yeah. I don't know. Might have been his mic or something. Iceman, not a good idea to fire him. To hire, I think it is a good idea to hire him. I'm gonna talk about that in a minute too. And let me catch this super chat real quick. True Sons in the building with the super chat. Respect to you, my man. Really appreciate you on that, man. Really appreciate you on that super chat. Iron Cone, I'm not gonna read your comment because you're on the panel, fam. Deaf in the building. All right, guys, we do that. Mr. Jones, Jerome Benjamin, Tangle Ice. All right. So, Brian, go ahead and finish up what you were saying there, bro.
I know. I was just saying he was, um, he had fired the only guy in his corner. I felt like had his had his back and had his long term career or his life after boxing. You know, and if you're going to do that, and if you're going to take away that responsibility, and you go to the next guy, right, and that's a warning to the next guy, right. If I'm in trouble, let me go out in my shield. But one or too many punches, like you just hope the referee is sensible and steps in and stops it next time he is in trouble like that. So if he's in that type of situation again, you hope the referee is sensible because I got a feeling it will be a point where none of these guys will want to throw in the towel
Right.
if he's in that position again. So I think this is a move to do with pride, and it's nothing to do with his boxing career. I think he made that. I think he thinks Deontay Wilder thinks that they made him look like, I don't want to say the word, but a pussy.
Right.
Like that's a pussy move
Hey,
that Mark Breland did. But
hey, Brian. No, no, no. I don't mean to cut you off, bro, but let Iron Cone jump in there because you went on like three rants, bro. I had to cut you off for the super chats. Let's let some of the other guys get their thoughts real quick. I'll get back around to you. Iron Cone, what's good, fam?
Yeah, peace, D. What going on? We're going on to the panel, man. Good afternoon.
after that,
You hear me?
Yeah, we
Yep.
can hear you loud and clear.
Oh
What do
yeah,
you,
man. I was saying in the chat that Deontay Wilder, sorry, Shelly Finkel said Deontay Malik Scott will be taking up a more serious
Malik
role in
Scott?
Wilder's
Right,
training, right?
right.
But anyway, I after that the second fight, I had expected the relationship to go south. I'm shocked that Matt Breland even stayed around to be fired. How you gonna allow Shelly Finkel to chew you out on the ring apron right after the fight is over? Deontay Wilder come over and cussing you out while you stop the fight. Then after that, JDS is at the press conference throwing you under the bus and all that shit. How could the relationship be salvaged after that? If I was Mark Breland, I would have resigned right away, forthwith. You can't talk to me like that. What the hell do you mean? You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
you got JDS there who don't do nothing. You know, Deontay Wilder is the type of dude who runs his own camp. He don't do no sparring really. He doesn't do no heavy back. He doesn't do road work. This is a man who says he's proud that he don't have to learn boxing. He don't need to learn boxing. He don't need to learn all that.
Yeah.
So it don't matter who you bring in. Wilder is a guy who apparently is proud that he doesn't have to learn. So he's a bad student. Matt Breland should have never stayed around long enough to be fired. And that's my
Yeah.
opinion. I think Breland cared about Deontay. I think I haven't heard any trainer say Matt Breland did the wrong thing. And it's unfortunate that they made this move. But what I realize is like the trainers of PBC fighters are seemingly beholden to like managers of the PBC. When FA left, his trainer left him, right? And it's
Yep.
like Andy Ruiz lost, and Andy Ruiz's people were told to fire Manny Robles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So these
yeah.
fighters don't really have a lot to say in their own careers. I just think it's really sad. Deontay Wilder is out of place for that. When AJ lost, people told AJ to dump his trainer. He said, "No, I'm not gonna dump him. What we gonna do? We're gonna add to this, and we're gonna make it better because this man adds a level of stability to what I do, and I'm gonna bring somebody else in to help me with the stuff that I don't know about." He could have brought somebody else in,
Yeah.
but to me, is a selfish move. And Deontay Wilder is, I guess, I mean, Malik take a dive Scott. Anyway, that's all for me
Yeah,
on that.
Malik take a dive, Scott. I like that one. Jerome said, "Give it Wilder a little bit too much credit. D, you forget he went life or death with Spilker. The Hoppers lost most round. Yeah, here's the thing. He went life or death, but what happened? Like this is the thing. He got beat up by a lot of guys, but this the thing I'm saying, Jerome, is he has a knack of getting that hand in there, and it comes fast when he like this guy's fast with it, and a
Okay,
lot of these fighters not gonna have what it takes to stay away from it. That's what we gotta
Yep.
understand.
I
Go
have
ahead, Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
I have a question for you guys, right? So, all right, with Deontay Wilder, we can all agree that he, when it comes to heavyweight champion, when it comes to being technically sound, he's probably the worst, arguably in boxing history. But he still has managed to knock out guys. His knockout percentage is 90 plus. Um, but I think a lot of people overlook one thing. It's proven that Deontay Wilder had surgery on his right hand, and he actually has metal in his right hand.
Yeah.
So it leads me to believe that is Deontay Wilder really who we believe that he is, or is he just someone that's really in the ring throwing a sledgehammer around trying to get the knockout? Like, I'm like, look, I want to support the guy. I'm a fan of Deontay Wilder, but I cannot deny the fact that he has metal in his right hand. And when it comes to boxing and being technically sound, he like the worst I've probably ever seen. And it's metal in his right hand, and and like he's in these boxing matches getting outclassed for 8 rounds, 9 rounds, 10 rounds, and, until he lands the metal on these people's forehead. Do you guys think like Deontay Wilder is really who he say he is, or
I think
he
I
might be
think
a friend.
I think he is who he say he is, the bronze bomber. And listen, that's what this guy said. These guys got to be perfect for 12 rounds. I only got to be perfect for 12 seconds or whatever his saying is.
Yeah.
And I think that that's his mentality. And I think he's exactly who he say he is. He's a guy, like you said, that gets in there slinging around that sledgehammer and eventually is going to land. But what I'm saying is over the course of his career, the one thing, you could call him a one trick pony, but the one thing that he's learned how to do well is land that right hand.
Yeah.
And that's why he's so dangerous, because you can have all of these skills, you can have your sweet science, you can beat him up, and he's gonna land that right hand. And it's not that I'm giving him so much credit, but listen, guys, with these athletes of any sport, they always have their specialty. Well, Deontay Wilder's specialty is landing that damn right hand, man.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
his specialty. And
Yeah.
when
There's
he
a
does, it's fucking destruction. Like, that's the
yeah.
key. You know what I'm saying? So I think he is exactly who he say he is, because he's never professed to be an elite level boxer. He's never professed to be that.
Very,
He's always
that's
said what he was.
that's true. Also, what trick with him is for him to land that right hand, and this is what Tyson Fury didn't give him, was time and extension. You have to extend it straight
Yeah.
to go for you, right? Tyson Fury fought a mid range to an up close game that whole fight, which did not give Deontay Wilder, bar the first 2 rounds when he tried to land it when there was a bit of space between them. The rest of the fight, Tyson Fury was mid range, or he was like in close fighting and holding and doing everything Tyson Fury does. If you don't give him that extension, if you don't give him that distance to land that right hand, then you're taking away his power. So
Well, Brian.
I think you take away a lot of his power, not all of his power, but you take away a lot of it.
Well, Brian, to some extent, because realize this: when he knocked out Archer Spilker, he
Yeah,
was up there on the inside, like mid-range to inside when he knocked him out. It's just he was able to get that right hand in. That's what I'm saying. He finds a
yeah,
way to get that right hand in. Now, majority of the time, I agree with you. He has that wide stance and he has to extend. And
yeah.
but that's the thing that I
Majority of
was
the
saying
time.
with Fury too, is that he has the attributes. So, a jab and a long step, and Fury's inside versus some of these other fighters, they're not going to be able to just slide up inside and grab him up like that, right?
Yeah,
This is where Fury's attributes kick in. That height kicks in. 8 Cent says Wilder wants to die in the ring for some reason and leave all 8 of his children without a father. Yeah, I know. It's like sometimes when he goes with that mentality, I wonder, does he think about that 8 Cent, about those kids? Shelly Finkel's boss. Agree 100%, my guy. Who could get down with your Patriots? Yeah, Patriots,
yeah,
man. Patriots. I can't trust Cam Newton to win the Super Bowl. The Scott dive. Wilder took like a million versus Dustin Nichols. Oh yeah, I remember that fight, man.
yeah.
Yeah. We lost Joe. I think Joe Junior in the building. Junior minimum weight LDBC, best channel in the game. Appreciate you, my man. Appreciate you. Brick City says Wilder was KO cats before the surgery. Yeah, he was KO. He was knocking guys out before the surgery. I agree with that. I
Yeah,
agree with that.
yeah.
Like a pothead.
That's why he had to have metal rods in his hand because he was hitting them that hard.
Yeah.
It's not like
I'll
it's
say it
not.
again.
Yeah,
Monkey Kung Fu says, I'll say it again. Deontay Wilder is Happy Gilmore of boxing. Yo, man. Happy
oh yeah,
Gilmore of boxing. Oh, but I
that's
got you, Joe. I got you, Joe.
Adam Sandler movie. Okay, yeah. Oh, we got
Mayweather training. I seen Mayweather talking about training Wilder. That does nothing for Wilder. Wilder's not Wilder's not advanced enough to even understand Mayweather's training. Like, let's be
yeah,
honest. He got some skills. He's pretty fast. Yeah. Mayweather
And
Mayweather's training would not correlate to a heavyweight first and foremost.
Yeah.
Uh, Only maybe Usyk because of the way he moved. Even Fury's too long to adapt a lot of Mayweather's training. I think only Alexander Usyk probably adapt to any form of Mayweather training because it's not even good for the heavyweight division. Second, Mayweather, his mind, his boxing mind. You're talking about him getting in there helping a guy like Usyk or Fury or Lomachenko, not a Wilder. He's not even on that boxing mind
Yep.
to to kind of grasp what Mayweather would be teaching him. True Sons, again with the super chat, I appreciate you. He said, I like even numbers, D. Respect again. I'm out. I appreciate you, fam. I appreciate that a lot. Brown going one said Wilder needs to get a good uppercut, at least to defend himself. Yeah. Go ahead, Joe. What was you getting ready to say, fam?
so I have to say one more thing before I log out. The only reason why I bring up the metal and Wilder's right hand is because if you look up the facts, Wilder went pro in 2009 and roughly not 2009. Um, he had the surgery to get the metal put in his hand in roughly around 2008, around a year before he went pro.
Yeah.
And I think that I honestly think that it plays a major factor in a lot of these freakish knockouts that he's had. Like it be certain occasions where he's getting outboxed and he just touches someone in the temple and they just go to sleep.
Well,
And
see, Joe, the thing is this. Now, with the metal, we talked about this metal before. I've actually had a couple of debates on it. The metal is a stabilizer, right? And it's not like at his knuckles where it would be brass knuckles or anything. It's a stabilizer to keep him from snapping or breaking anything where bones were vulnerable. So that's the first thing about that metal. Second thing about the metal is he was knocking guys out like that before he got the metal put in his hand. Because he's throwing these punches and he doesn't really throw a lot of them with the right technique, he's busting his arms up. But the power is real because he was doing this before those metal rods were put in his hand. Now, them placing metal rods in his hands as stabilizers, right? I do think that that's somewhat of an advantage because his hands will be unstable if he's not throwing with the right technique. But now he can still throw those crazy punches and still land the shot, right? But that was happening before those stabilizers were in there. You know what I mean? And it's not like that titanium is at his knuckles where they would even be wrapped in tape just like anybody else's. So still how much of an effect would that be? You know what I mean? So I think that the metal in his hands gives him somewhat of an advantage, but the biggest thing too we have to remember is titanium's lighter than bone. So it's not even adding weight, right? So if it was adding weight, if it was at the front of his knuckles, maybe we could complain about it, but it stabilizers that are lighter than the original bone would be. So if anything, it takes away density. Still, it just equates to the power that he has in that right hand. You know what I'm saying? I don't really put much into that metal in his hand. Personally, I don't.
uh,
But
I understand. I understand your argument, and I appreciate it. I would like to hear other people's opinion on the situation
yeah,
as
yeah.
well.
What you think about the metal in his hand, Cone? What you think about that?
For me, or
I don't think too much of it.
Yeah.
I think Wilder, was doing that before, but Wilder's issue was again how he punched people, where he punched people. He was punching people at the top of the head, knocking them out, but he was
Mhm.
also destroying his hand. So, I don't think too much of it, but I mean, it is something to consider if you have foreign objects in your hand, right? So, but I don't think too much of it. Wilder has, I think he really does have power. He has a lot of power. It's just that dude don't know where to hit properly.
yeah.
Yeah. What you
That's the
think,
thing.
Brian? What you think about the metal?
Well, when you throw a right hand, you straighten it, you stand it, and you turn your wrist. That that protects the bones. That protects the bones, so it does, and also protects. You might not believe it or not. Also protects inside veins. Right? If you're throwing straight, and you don't turn your wrist, there's a good chance you will hurt or you will break your knuckle or even your fingers. Um, I seen a guy probably about 10 years ago. He never turned his wrist, and he had more freaking hand injuries.
Yeah,
You know, he had more freaking hand injuries. And the first thing you're taught, pretty much when you go into a gym, is turn your wrist, thumb in, and protect yourself. Thumb down at the bottom of the finger, and protect yourself. And throw straight. Turn your wrist, land flat on the face. So I don't think it gives him much advantage because it's not really on the knuckle. It's
right.
not really on the part where he's hitting. It's more to do with the bone in his upper hand. So I don't really think it's an advantage. I think stabilization maybe it is because
Yeah, yeah,
titanium might be smaller, and might not be as heavy as bone, but I do believe it is stronger. So maybe stabilization.
yeah,
It,
yeah. And that's what I was saying too. Like, if
yeah,
any advantage, it gives him a little advantage there because he can still throw these awkward punches, but still have
yeah,
that power without hurting himself. But outside of that, man, I don't really hold it against him because he was still knocking guys unconscious without it. So that's just how I look at it. Samuel
yeah.
Shaw in the building. What's good with you, Samuel? Well, Monkey Kung Fu said, whoever trains Wilder, truth be told, is up to Deontay Wilder to listen and learn facts, bro. And that's where I think lies the problem, Monkey Kung Fu. Like, he's not gonna take instructions well. I mean, look, you got a guy like Breland who definitely bought his jab alone, and he got to the point where he wasn't really trying to take instructions from him, especially I guess after that second fight, where there was probably a riff in the camp, and so yeah, is he going to take instructions? Well, Max Man 2009 in the building. So now the Wilder team are brokering the narrative that it promotes the fight. More details. Glove will be brought up in the promotional aspect. Man, who cares? I don't even care about that, man. Those guys are just straight morons with that. John Boxing, what's up with you, man?
What's up, D Jefferson? Hey, I want to say something about this Deontay Wilder stuff real quick.
Go ahead.
I hear a lot of people saying that he doesn't know how to box. He doesn't know throw the right technique and all this stuff like that. But look, only one guy, well, two guys was able to kind of expose him, and that was Tyson Fury and Luis Ortiz. But everybody he fought, he kind of pretty much dominated him. You know what I mean? And
Nah.
for people to
Oh,
say
let him talk. Let him talk.
for people to say that he doesn't know how to box, I mean, I just think they're basing this off of what they saw against Tyson Fury because he did outbox Bermane Severns. You know what I mean? And you don't win a bronze medal not knowing how to box. I think that Tyson Fury is a better boxer that made Wilder look like an average boxer because everybody else he didn't outbox. Okay, so I guess that's my argument to people who saying that he doesn't know how to box. He does know how to box. It's just that Fury is a better boxer. Ortiz is a better boxer. You know what I mean? And what saved Wilder is his crazy ass power.
Right. Well, all right. Well, first, before anybody else get on you, I'm gonna just do it calmly and tell you that's incorrect. That's severely incorrect that the only person that outboxed him was Luis Ortiz and Tyson Fury, fam. That's not even Arthur Spilker was outboxing Wilder until he got knocked out.
But that was
And
kind of back and forth.
no, but I'm just saying, man. Like, if you're going to be honest by the cards, Arthur Spilker was outboxing the dude before he got the knockout.
Mm-hmm.
And
This fact.
Bermane Stavern, in my opinion, was probably the only guy that he totally outboxed. Everyone else found success, whether they outboxed him or he outboxed them. They found success with Deontay Wilder, and if you're the champion, especially being considered the number one champion, that's just unacceptable. Can't have these ranked 15 guys. And do you know that Wilder, on average, because he only has 3 opponents, 3 fights over guys that's ranked like 39th or less, bro. Like, let's be honest. You got Ortiz, you have Stavern, and then you have Fury, right?
Also, Malik Scott too.
Malik Scott.
At that time, Malik Scott was ranked.
Okay.
What
is he ranked now?
Oh, he ain't shit now. That's
right.
now.
So, back then, so this is my point. This is my point. If they had him ranked back then, he had promise with him. But you look at what guys do now. It's like a lot of these guys that Wilder fought back in the day, they're nothing. They've never won a championship. They won't be in the Hall of Fame. They won't be mentioned. They won't be remembered. They won't be talked about. Most of these guys he's fought. And that's not really something that tells me that this is a good boxer. Period. You got to look at his level of competition. And the fact that these guys ranked under 39, minus Malik Scott, the fact that these guys he's knocking out were ranked under 39, and they had success on him, that speaks even more volumes of the fact that he's not a great boxer. Because if these guys are C-level at best boxers, and they're finding success on him, that's not a good thing for Wilder.
Okay, can I say this real quick? So when we're talking about the heavyweight division, because this is the heavyweight division, what is the heavyweight division really known for? Knockouts.
All right.
So, I mean, do we really show up to seeing heavyweight box, or do we really show up to see a heavyweight get knockouts? No. I mean, I appreciate the sweet science, but when I'm watching the heavyweights, I show up to see someone get knocked out. I mean, if someone is outboxing Wilder, and then Wilder's, popping with that right hand, we gotta give credit where it's due. You can credit the guys for outboxing them, but if Wilder shows up and does what he knows, which we all should be appreciating, then that's something that we should give credit to. Wilder is known for his power, and this is what we show up for, to see heavyweights get knockouts. All right, we leave the smaller guys to the boxing. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I think people are, when it comes to
hold on. Hold on. Go ahead. Let him finish. Go ahead, John.
I think when it comes to the heavyweight division, because I didn't hear nothing about this boxing ability at the heavyweight division. I hear people talk about more about the knockouts, because George Foreman didn't have no skills. That man was known for his power. He would get the shit beat out of him when he landed. He get credit all the time, but shit, George Foreman would take a beating before he land his big shot. You know what I mean? So I just think it's kind of weird that all of a sudden fans are so concerned about boxing ability from the heavyweight division, but we never appreciated it when the little guys were putting it on display. You know what I mean? We cried about it. We called them boring. We said they're runners. We said all these crazy things, but all of a sudden, when it comes to the heavyweight division, we want to point out that flaw. That's my main concern.
Okay, well, let me just say this, bro. Let me just say this. So you pointed out George Foreman. Okay, well, let me just point out like Ezzard Charles. Let me point out. Hold on, Donna. Everybody, let you talk. Well, let me point out Ezzard Charles. Let me point out Leon Spinks. Let me point out Muhammad Ali, Michael Moore, even Riddick Bowe, Joe Louis. You know what I mean? Evander Holyfield, Mike Tyson. These guys had boxing skills, bro. And they were hold on, and they were heavyweights. You understand what I'm saying? So the casual fan loves to see knockouts, whether it's boxing, whether it's UFC. The casual fan loves to see knockouts. But when we're talking about boxing, although the heavyweight division is popular for knockouts, that's not just what we want to see. That's not what we still want to see boxing, because when you're a heavyweight and you bring these skills to the table, and plus that heavyweight power, it increases your chances of getting those knockouts. So you cannot just eliminate or dismiss skills because seeing knockouts is the most popular thing because that's the ideology of saying, well, when we watch the heavyweight division, what is it we want to see? I think when we watch combat sports, what is it that we want to see? Knockouts. Whether it's a little small guy doing it or whether it's a big guy doing it. That's what you want to see in
Let
combat
me hop in
sports,
again.
knockouts. Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
All right, so hey, look, my name is Joel. I'm a
Joel, okay,
right?
my bad, my bad.
So, all right, so whenever it comes to boxing, UFC, fighting sports, I feel like the word hype job is overused. They say it too many times for
All
people
right,
that actually are like really good fighters, like the Charlos, like the Canelos of the world, like the Errol Spencers. People
all right.
start throw in the world hype job. But I do think that when it comes to Deontay Wilder, if you use the word hype job, you actually are very accurate. Deontay Wilder has one of the highest knockout percentage in boxing history. But if you actually dive deeper into the competition that he's faced, he's been fighting a whole bunch of bus drivers, tomato cans, substitute teachers, uh, guys that was coming off uh, knockout losses that Deontay Wilder decided to fight them and things like that. And he built up his career to the point to where he was like 42 and 0, 41 and 0, like 98% knockout percentage. And like don't get me wrong, like when it comes to boxing, it is a blood sport. It is a money sport. The promoters have their money invested into you. So they have to make the decision that makes the best sense money wise. So of course it makes sense. Like from Alabama, they got a hard hitting right hand that can knock out damn near anybody. To like line him up with a whole bunch of tomato cans that he can knock out and build up his resume and make him seem to be a star. But it still doesn't change the fact that he is a hype job. And I honestly I think that it got exposed when he fought actually when he fought Tyson Fury, he actually fought a true, legitimate champion. He got embarrassed. He got beat to the point to where his corner threw in the towel. You feel me? Like if his corner didn't throw in the towel, he might have been killed in that ring. Deontay Wilder, he's in high,
All right.
but
So let me play devil's advocate here, right quick, Joel. Let me play because this is where a lot of people get me twisted. They like, all right, D, now you're giving Wilder too much credit or this, that, and the third. I agree with your statement the way you came out that I believe people use hype job in this sport a little too loosely. I believe that they use hype job when it comes to Deontay Wilder a little too loosely. And I'll explain what I mean by that. I don't think in a traditional sense that this guy's a hype job. And I'm not even again, I'm not capping on anything. Here's the thing with Deontay Wilder. Um, his fans are over the top. His fans are over the top and they say a
fact,
lot of things that are just unreasonable. Okay. You don't go comparing this guy to Muhammad Ali on 10 title defenses when he defended it against those guys you're talking about. That gives him the overhype. But in a sense of boxing in itself, I don't want to hear a guy, I don't care who he's knocked out, whether it's because of politics or what. This guy is knocking out and he's dangerous, and guys know he's dangerous. So even when the best guys get in there, they're still leery of that right hand. How much hype is it? Because these guys come in there giving him total respect for that right hand. So when it comes to some of his fans that go overboard, yeah, he's hyped if you're in a conversation with them. But to me, when it comes to the sport of boxing, the fact that he has had 10 title defenses and he's done what he's done, and regardless of anybody that don't like Wilder, he's going into the Hall of Fame, I can't just call him a hype job. Me personally, I can't. Like, we got to
All right,
take that into perspective.
so tell me this, right? So whenever Deontay Wilder actually faced a legitimate champion and hit him with his right hand,
Right?
and the champion was at 100%, what happened? Nothing.
He won. He won because again, regardless of if people like it or not, when he beat Bermain Stavern, he was a legitimate champion, no? And he knocked him out. And he dominated him in that fight. So again, like I get what you're saying. Like, get up there with Joshua. We see what happened to him with Fury. But what I'm saying is Fury beat him. Ortiz didn't, which a lot of people thought Ortiz was good. A lot of people thought Ortiz could cause some damage. The dude had a nickname in boxing, King Kong. So Ortiz didn't. He got knocked out. You know what I mean? Like I said, Bermain
Yeah,
Stavern didn't. He got knocked out. So
yeah,
Fury did. Fury beat Wilder, and the second fight he made him look bad. Let's see somebody else do it before I start labeling him this
yeah,
hype job. Because, like I said, Dillian White's considered one of the top guys. I still, to this point, think Deontay Wilder sleeps Dillian White, sleeps him.
yeah. I'm be honest with you. I I give Deontay Wilder his props for beating Ortiz. Ortiz is a monster. Deontay Wilder stepped him twice, and this whole like Dillian White, Dillian White gets hit too much. Like Dillian White will outclass Deontay Wilder for a few rounds, but eventually Deontay Wilder will sleep him as well. But when it comes to like the top tier, like the Tyson Furies, the Anthony Joshua's, Deontay Wilder was even talking about. He said he would knock out Mike Tyson in his prime. Absolutely not.
No,
Absolutely not.
no, I don't think.
Absolutely not.
I will say this. I will say this. Does Deontay Wilder have a chance to knock out Mike Tyson in his prime? Yes. And I don't care what nobody says. This is why I say. Let me tell you why I say yes. He has a chance. Hold on, Joel. You breaking up in the
Mike Tyson.
breaking up. You breaking up. Hold on for a second. This is why I say Deontay Wilder has a
Okay.
chance to knock him out because that length. That length. See, Mike Tyson, even when you watch him fight a guy like Trevor Burbick, he had the boom, boom, bob and weave, get up inside, body, and then he came up top and he beat Trevor Burbick, but he had to work to get inside. Well, Deontay Wilder's dimensions are way over Trevor Burbick's. He's way taller, he's way longer. So would I say that he had no chance to knock Tyson out? No, that's bullshit. A guy like him with his length, his reach, and that freaking cannon, yeah, he had a chance to knock Tyson out. Now, would I lean toward Wilder? Fuck no. Hell no, I'm gonna lean toward Wilder. I'm definitely picking Tyson in that fight, but that's the thing. I think it's opposite ends of the spectrum with Deontay Wilder, and this is where I fall in the middle and I catch heat from both sides sometimes. Is because I think people go way too overboard with the praise, and that's his fans. Like they put him up too high than where he deserves to be, but then the people that don't like him and appreciate him for what he is, they put him too low. So like on both sides of the spectrum, it's like it's too much disrespect and it's too much praise at the same time. With this guy, like both
Yeah,
people need to kind of
yeah, dog.
meet each other in the middle with it because I think that they go overboard with saying it's just like I was saying about everybody that's going to beat him up. We can't assess that. We got to see him in the ring because I still think he sleeps a lot of these fucking guys, and I ain't even capping, bro. I think he sleeps
Yeah,
them. He puts them out.
Can I say this real quick, D? Because
yeah,
my
dog.
son.
Yeah, dog.
Yeah. Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
Yeah, look.
Oh yeah. Okay, bro. My bad. You try to say something, my boy?
Hey, one last thing, bro. I gotta head to work, man. This factory, man. I gotta go. I gotta head straight to work, bro. I fuck with the channel, man. I love playing Devil Advocate, man. Hey, I gotta head out though, man. Much love though.
I
Show you some
appreciate
love,
you,
bro.
man. You're always
Yeah,
welcome. Come on anytime, dog. Anytime.
have a good one, man.
All right, man.
100%, bro.
Hey,
100.
this was. I was gonna say this about Wilder and Fury. A lot of, like I said, a lot of people is they're talking about Wilder based on what they saw in the second fight. See, with me, I look at it like this. I think Fury and Wilder. This may sound crazy, but I think Fury and Wilder are equally matched. And I'm saying this based on what I saw in the first fight. No. Let me finish. What I saw in the first fight, they were back and forth in the first fight, in my opinion. I think that fight should end in a draw. You know what I mean? So the second fight, I think Fury had a better strategy. Okay, it's like the New England Patriots when they played the New York Giants back in 2007. The New England Patriots were undefeated. The Giants, the Giants were a wild card team, but the Giants ended up beating the Patriots in the Super Bowl. Why? Yeah, why? Because they had a better strategy. Does that make them a better team? No, that means they had a better strategy. The same thing with Tyson Fury. Fury is known as being a good boxer. He's a hell of a boxer, but the way he fought Wilder the second time caught everybody by surprise. He put on more weight. He actually came to Deontay Wilder and just beat the hell out of him. To me, I thought that was a beautiful game plan. But does that make him better? No. That means he had a better game plan. Yeah. So that's why I say they're equally matched.
Hold on, Brian. I gotta get this. Hold on, Brian. Hold on, John. So
go ahead.
Brian, you gotta let me have this one, Brian, because Fury is my guy. So
he's my guy too. He's my guy too, D.
So first off, John, I'm gonna put that up over top of you and that tomfoolery you talking right now. And let me tell you something, dog, because now I give Wilder his respect. I do. But Tyson Fury and Wilder equally matched? No, sir. Now let me explain this to you. I don't know about that noise in the background. Mute that. That's my son. Okay. So Tyson Fury is a better boxer than Wilder. Number one, they're not equally matched. This trilogy is, in my opinion, 75-25. 75% my guy. Now I'm going to tell you my assessment on these two fights. I can agree with you, and get this smoke, and I have went back and forth on this. I can agree with you that first fight wasn't far apart. Wasn't a lot of punches thrown in a lot of those rounds. So it wasn't far apart. Here's my thing. From fight 1 to fight 3, one fighter has progressed in many, many ways, and another fighter has not. Mm-hmm. From fight 1 to fight 3, progression and just being pretty much stable is the key. Now, fight number 1, Tyson Fury, coming off of 400 pounds. Listen, guy, fat weighs more than muscle. I'm pretty sure all of us knows this. Fat, I'm going to say it again, weighs more than muscle. Fat also drudges you down more than good lean muscle. So when Fury came in, although he came in heavy, Fury came in with muscle, toned up muscle that weighs more than that fat that he came in the first fight, which means he had more gas, he had more power, he had more strength, and he had more to give Wilder. Now the third fight, my friend, coming into the third fight, he's going to come in even better condition because he was coming off of a 415-pound drunk hiatus in that first fight to the third fight. Now, here's something else. When we look at the skill set that has increased, like I said, one fighter here has progressed, the other fighter has not. The skill set, Fury had Ben Davison and those guys doing what they did. Boom, bam. Then he goes to the trunk gym, and Fury is the kind of guy that can take direction, that can change the game plan, that can understand this because he's a fighter of the sweet science. So he's also gained a whole new camp's regiment. But here's the difference between him and Wilder. People say, well, Fury changed. Why can't Wilder? Because Fury actually had a chance to apply this new stuff that he learned. And who did he have a chance to apply it with? Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder switching. He's going to have to try to apply this for the first time, which Fury is set into the Crunk Gym. He's still with them. Now he's going to apply it again. You understand? So we have a fighter that has progressed, and we have a fighter that has not done much since that first fight. And no way in hell can I say that they're equally matched, fam. No way. Just the sweet science and everything else, the attributes, the muscle tone. No, they're not equally matched. Fury's the superior boxer for sure, but now he's gotten stronger, better, and more adept to what it is that Wilder does. And Wilder has not gotten adept to it is that Fury does. And that's just the facts, man.
Yeah.
Damn, that's good breakdown, dude. Hey, shout out to Red Glove, man. I haven't talked to him in a minute. I just want to say what's up to that brother right there.
Yeah. No doubt, bro. No doubt. But like you gonna tell everybody, John, because you heard it. I don't be hating on Wilder because I got a lot of people that be coming over here talking about I hate on Wilder, but you heard it first and foremost here. I defended the boy about 5 or 6 times a day. I don't hate on that dude. It's
No,
just
he's not my boy. I just appreciate him. I appreciate him because I look at it where he started. You know what I mean? For a man to have only an amateur for a year, and then he did what he did in the sport. I mean, that to me, he's basically sending the message. Like if you put your mind to it, you can do it. Because he was only an amateur for a year, so that's why I have all this respect for him. Because no one expected him to go this far.
Stop. Yeah. No, I agree with that. I agree with that. He probably exceeded even his own expectations. So I mean, let's be real. This guy's not a traditional boxer like a lot of these guys. He came from another sport. He got into the sport to care for his daughter, and and he made the best of it. So, I mean, I don't have disrespect for Wilder. It's his team around him and some of the foolishness that goes on around him, the politics of the sport. But as a fighter, when you like Monkey Kung Fu said here, and that's basically what I was saying earlier when people want to just call him a hype job. But he said, like you said, there's a fan feud hype surrounding Wilder, and I'm sure he started to believe it, which is why a lot of people regard him as a one-trick pony. And that's what I was getting ready to allude to, is when a fighter starts to take in all of this foolishness. Like Errol Spence came out and he admitted it. He admitted it in the Brian Costas interview. He said a lot of the things that they were saying. He said, I listen to y'all on Twitter. He started letting that stuff soup his head up. You understand what I'm saying? He let it get into his head. And I believe that Wilder is a victim of this himself, because like my man Joel said before he got off, his skill set, like coming right out of the Olympics, he was pumping the jab more. He was going to the body. And then all of a sudden he turned into this headhunter. He evaded all of those things that he was doing. Now, if you're doing all of those things throughout your career, every fight you get into, you working the body, you pumping that jab, then it becomes muscle memory. Wilder lost that. He lost that. He just started headhunting and start going for the knockout because he was taken in what these fans around him was putting out. He was taking on that persona and not doing the fundamentals of the sport. I mean, to make fundamentals perfect, to become that perfect fighter, then you have to keep applying them. You can't disregard them because you found this power. Oh, I got this power. All of that, I'm just gonna take this motherfucker's head off. And that's what started to happen with the guy. And now you gotta try to retrain, reprogram that muscle, reprogram those muscle memory. And in my opinion, it's kind of late for that, bro. It's kind of late for that. This is something you need to practice throughout your career.
I would say that. Hey, D, did you catch my video I responded to you about?
No, I'm gonna go check it out. Put the link in the chat, John.
Yeah, because we're speaking now, because we're speaking about that. Because I was gonna go because Jamel Charlo is a guy that fell in love with his power, and before he got all this power, he was a beautiful boxer. Okay, and
I think he is becoming a victim of that. I agree with you totally.
Yeah. So now in this fight against Jason Risalio, we saw glimpses of what he used to be. So I think Wilder can get back to what he once was, doing, the basic fundamentals. And you're right. I think he got, he fell in love with this crazy power and it made him forget about how he got to the top. Come here. Hey, I'm gonna get off because my son's driving me nuts. But when's your next live, D?
I don't know, man. They sporadic. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. I'll take you guys later. Come here, boy.
Yeah. No worries.
All right. Thanks for coming on, fam.
No problem, play.
Yeah.
8 Sins in the building. What's good, bro?
Not much.
Yeah.
I'm just here to correct something you said earlier. You said Fat is heavier than muscle.
Muscles heavier than fat.
I said fat. I said muscle's heavier than fat. Fat's lighter than muscle.
I heard the other way around.
Okay, if I did, I didn't mean it that way. But if that's what you was gonna correct me on, you're correct.
Yeah, muscle is 3 times heavier than fat.
Yeah,
Just
for
saying.
sure. For sure.
Maybe I'm wrong and I misheard it.
No,
I'll
no,
go back.
I might have slipped up and said that, but my breakdown explained that it's the muscle that because people talk about Fury came in heavier and this, that, and the third, but he put on muscle. He was all sloshy down in the middle section when that first fight. He had love handles out past his damn hips in that first fight. So he put on muscle, and when you put on that muscle, even if it's lean muscle, it's weighing more than fat, bro. So you're that tall and you're putting on muscle. Yeah, you can come in heavier, but you're coming in heavier in a lot better shape. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you scared me for a second there, 8 cents. Because when you said you came to correct me, I said, oh, shit. I done fucked up somewhere.
Basically, what I was thinking there is, I think Tyson Fury in the first fight was 60% of his best. Basically what I was going to say, was it P boxing on here? Was that P boxing?
No, that was John boxing.
Or John boxing? Oh yeah, sorry, John boxing. Yeah, what I was going to say to what was the thing about John boxing was, I think Fury was 60% at his best during the first fight. So if they were even of 60%, you know where I was going to go with that thing,
Yeah. It's just like, no disrespect to John boxing, but bro, I've heard that narrative. And I'm not saying that this is where he did it or anything, so I don't want anybody trying to start anything, but I've heard that narrative from the LDBC so many times. And I've been waiting for old fathead Fanon to come over here and talk to me about it, because I definitely heard him say that narrative. You know what I mean? And this is why I put out these "you idiot" videos, because, again, not saying that John Boxing got that from there, but this is the type of thing that happens, man. People get this information in, and then they start spreading these BS narratives. And the facts are this, bro. Come over here, and I'll put that narrative to bed. Because the whole thing, I've heard John argue with a lot of people on that same narrative. But at the end of my explanation, the only thing he said, well, yeah, that's a great breakdown, because it's the truth. You know what I'm saying? That's a great breakdown, but this is absolutely the truth, bro. These guys are not. I hear what's his stupid PFTB saying this all the time, they're equally matched. No, they're not equally matched. There's nothing equal about these guys. Nothing at all. That guy, what's up with you, fam? Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, no, you know what they say. Somebody argues with the truth is either an idiot or doesn't have a clue on the subject. So
you know which one I pick. You idiot.
But in general, my thing with Deontay Wilder would have been on his career would have been quality of opponent. Would be the main reason. Okay, he fought Stabern, beat him twice.
Jimmy.
So I give him credit for that there. He beat what's his name, Luis Ortiz twice.
Mm-hmm.
So I give him credit for that there, even though he was outboxed both times. The guy's able to get on his power shot, and he got a draw with Tyson Fury. For me, that was a questionable draw, but judges say draw, and he got beat by Tyson Fury. He's only had one defeat in his career. One defeat, one draw. 40 wins, 41 wins, 40 by knockout or whatever. That's not bad, but before that, it's just the consistent level of opponents. That would have been my argument to that. So,
what's your response to this statement here? I'll go around the board on here because I have my response. Macro says, what has Breeden done for Wilder in 11 years? He still has one trick pony. I mean, he's still a one trick pony. So what's your response to that, Brian?
He taught him a 1-2.
All right. A-Sims, what do you think? I mean,
I
that's
got
simple
nothing to say to
enough.
that.
Nothing to say. D computer. I don't know. Just El Jefe. Look like
Nah, it's not.
oh, that's red. Oh, okay.
Hey,
No,
D,
no
just real quick, because I think it was yesterday. I forget whose live it was you was on, but I remember it was DT3, and DT3 was saying, "I remember when I was teaching you about StreamYard, and now you're over here teaching me stuff." And I was like, and I've heard you say this before, D, that you used to be computer illiterate, but D,
Right.
you went from being computer illiterate to being very computer literate, calling other uploaders you idiot.
Yeah.
Big shout out to D. Y'all better hit that like button. You subscribe and your bell button better be hit as well.
Appreciate that, Rick.
Yeah.
Hey D, I'm always coming up with these for you. You went from the blue backdrop to the donut shop to
I look real terrible, man. I've been kind of under the weather, so I don't think y'all want to see this ugliness. That's why I ain't been showing my face these past couple of days. But what do you think about that comment, real quick, Red Glove? What has Breeden done for Wilder 11 years? He's one on.
I mean, I would say that's a valid criticism. I really can't be mad at it. I'll say this, if Wilder is getting rid of him because he feels like he's taken him as far as he can, then I can respect that. Here's the thing, though. Why is JD still there?
Right. But what has he done? If Breland was the one that gave him the jab and that 1-2, then what the hell is JD's giving him? But here's my response to that question, man, bro. In my opinion, Breland gave Wilder in 11 years his best chance to win. I'm gonna fuck the game up with that one. I think he gave him his best chance to win because think about this. Without working that long jab and setting that right hand up, then what does he have?
Yeah.
So in 11 years, my response would be Breland gave him his best chance to win. Yep. See, that's kind of controversial. That's what I like to do. I like to get controversial on a regular.
No wrong with that. But I hope you get better, D.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I want him to get better within these next 3 months or so I can see a good fight because I think it's going to be another one-sided fight.
Yeah.
But what's up, Pete?
What's up, guys? What's up, D?
Same old. We talk about Wilder, Breland, the firing. What you think about this situation?
I think this news is not new to me, to be honest. I've seen it coming. Obviously, when you take a loss, a big loss like that, you have to make some changes. And he's probably not confident with him. And the way I see it is like, I don't think he was happy with the towel being thrown in, whether we agree with it or not, So, he got rid of him. And he's got, his best friend, the guy that he faced in the past, as his main coach now. JD is still there. He's obviously loyal to him because he's the one that brought him into the boxing industry. And, it is what it is, man. He needs to make some changes. He's been silent because whatever he's gonna say, people are gonna say, you're making excuses. So I don't even know how this news broke. Like, do you know how this news broke? Because
It was just
I
all
haven't been
over.
following the news lately.
It was I seen it on Boxing Scene. So it's probably in a lot of other places, but I got it from Boxing Scene. And I think Box 24 had it up too. But
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to believe anymore because the
this
last time
big,
when they said about the suit being too heavy, according to Tay Jones, that's fake news, and everything else that they're being reporting. So I don't know, but I still have to see why they're saying all these things or somebody official.
right?
But I'm not surprised because the rumor is quite strong. Breland is gone now. I got a feeling he was gone a long time ago, and maybe this is a good thing for him. Because everyone says he can't box. So if he's with Breland for that long time, and he can't box, maybe
No, man.
Malik's gonna do a lot for him.
Yeah, Malik Scott. Yeah, I wasn't talking about you, hell no, P. I was talking about Aeon. Aeon, let me tell you something, man. He said that 1-2, Dominic Brazil was textbook perfect. Hell no. Hell to the no. It was not, my friend. Let me tell you something. If you go back and watch it, that shit was perfect because Brazil is slow as a damn Japanese tortoise. That's why. That dude is slow. Wilder, when he punched that shit, he had his head down, but he landed it clean because Brazil is so slow, fam. I can't give him no perfect textbook shot for that, man. If he had somebody that had good head movement and slipped that shot, they could have caught him with 2 punches and sent him packing. A clean uppercut or over the head, overhand right. Either one would have caught him slipping on that. Go back and watch it. But Brazil is so slow, man. This dude is so slow. If you go watch it, he went to throw a punch at Wilder. Brazil went to throw a punch at Wilder. Wilder seen that damn punch coming from a mile away and planted one on Brazil.
To be fair, though, that was a fast one, though. Like I can't take credit from that. That was for me. That was a textbook as well. I agree with A-Ops. You have to remember he was aggressive in that fight. He was coming forward. He looked dangerous. In the Fury fight, he was slow. He was like being too patient. This fight, he was up for it. You could see the energy. You could. There's difference in this shit,
But
right?
Pete, you gotta admit,
the first fight or the second fight?
hell, fam. He's slow as hell.
Yeah. He's slow. Yeah, Brazil is slow, no doubt about that. But you have to remember, he's the one that put it onto him, though. He rocked Wilder a little bit in the beginning of that first round, and then obviously Wilder had to switch it up and he went for it. And if we see that type of Wilder in the third fight,
he's gonna get
a lot of chance.
No. If we see that type of Wilder in the third fight, he's gonna get his ass whooped. Guaranteed. That motherfucker gonna have to do a lot more than
maybe, yeah.
Ain't no maybe, bro. Come on, P. Listen. Fury, you're talking about if you see the type of Wilder that you see in that Brazil fight, like that kind of switch. If he brings that type of aggression to Fury, he's gonna get beat up.
Yeah, but it's better than him just standing still. It's better for him just to be standing still, like his last fight. If he's going to be too patient, Fury's going to do the same thing. So he's better off.
I agree with that. I agree with you there. He can't come at him like after Brazil popped him. I know what you're talking about. If he comes at Fury with that type of aggression, that's going to be playing into Fury's hand. It's going to get his eyeball stabbed out of his head, bro.
Yeah, but it's not what Wilder did in that fight. It's what Fury didn't let him do in that second fight.
Yeah,
he took away space. He backed him up. He was stronger than him. He was more physically dominant. He was holding him at every chance he get. He was leaning on him. Right. We want to talk about a boxing masterclass. That was it in that night from Tyson Fury. And it's not what Wilder did. Yeah, it's not what Deontay Wilder did. That's what Tyson Fury didn't let him do.
Yeah.
So that's technical. That's technical know-how, and he's going to switch all that up. I don't think he has the boxing mentality to switch all that up against someone like Fury. Maybe against a better opponent where he has physical abilities. Physical attributes, he can do it, but against Tyson Fury, I don't see him doing it.
Well, let me say this right quick, Brian. I'll let you take back off. But let me say this right quick. Tyson Fury, P, when you knock a guy down to the body, I don't care what weight you do that.
Yeah.
When you knock a guy down to the body, you take a lot of wind. That shit take a lot of wind out of him. Now you combine that when the guy gets back up with this 270 some pound frame constantly grabbing you and leaning on you. You're already trying to get your wind back because you didn't got knocked down with that body shot, right? That's what that take out of you. You get back up, it already take a lot out of you. And now he's leaning on you, grabbing you, leaning on you, grabbing you. Man,
Yeah.
no. Wilder got a lot to worry about. And I'm going to tell you, his clinch game is garbage. I mean, Wilder's no clincher. He never had to worry about clinching. He get a guy up off of him and he plant that right hand on him. His clinch game is garbage. He doesn't know how to defend it. When a guy clinches up on him, Fury's getting cheap shots on him on the inside. Call it what you want. That's inside fighting. That's been in boxing for years. And Wilder don't know how to defend that. Fury was just cheap shots on him on the inside.
Yeah. Can I tell you one of the worst clinch fighters I ever seen in my life? And a lot of people mightn't realize it. This guy pushes you off him. He doesn't know how to clinch on the inside, and that's Amir Khan. I don't know if you ever I don't know if you ever seen him ever clinching anyone. I've never seen him do it. What I've seen him do is pushing people off him. He doesn't know how to clinch.
Right.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, Amir Khan doesn't know how to clinch. He just pushes people off. But going back to Wilder, like, I think, when it comes to clinching, I know he's not good at that stuff, but at close range, that right hand is still dangerous as well.
Yeah, I said that earlier, Pete.
He doesn't need a lot with that right hand. It's just
he showed that with
the speed of
Spilka.
it.
He showed that with Arthur Spilka. And every time people say that he's limited with range, I say no, not necessarily, because he can come from that. It's almost like a side diagonal angle with that right hand when he's closer up on the opponent, and it appears to have like just as much power because he looked like he put Spilka in a damn coma, and that was Spilka ass looked like his ass won't get up. And I'm gonna tell you, he wasn't too far away when he planted that hand on the dude who was beating his ass too. I don't care what none of these Wilder fans say. Spilka was up on that fight before Wilder laid him out.
Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that. Spilka was winning that fight.
I sit up here saying that they won't. That Wilder was up on that fight. I'm like, bro, you crazy as hell. Spilka was up on that.
No, Spilka was up on that fight, no doubt about that. But at the end of the day,
he still got slapped. Yeah, he still got slapped. It don't even matter.
He wasn't up a lot, but he was still winning the fight. I'm not going to take credit away from Spilka.
Right.
But to be fair, like, the second fight with Fury as well. Like, I was surprised that Fury got away with that because I was thinking if Fury comes forward, that fight is easier for Wilder. But it turns out to be that it wasn't easier. But in the next fight, I hope Fury does the same thing, because if he does it, maybe we might get to see an early knockout by Wilder.
Well, Pete,
because Wilder likes stuff like that. Wilder likes people coming up to him like that.
You're right, Pete. You're right. But listen, look at the guys that used to come at Wilder like that. They won't come in with that side-to-side head movement. That's not an easy target. That right hand got to find a bullseye. If a guy's coming straight for you, that's a bullseye. Fury's not coming straight for you. He's coming at Wilder, but he wasn't coming straight at him. And he's switching. Wilder can't get a timing on that. This thing, like I said, Wilder, I say this about Wilder. That right hand comes fast and he has timing with it. But when you got a guy that's all that herky-jerky bobbing and weaving shit, that's what made Mike Tyson so good. Because he bob and weave, jump inside, dig to the body, come up. You don't have a target. You can't just plant one on him.
He needs to go to the body. The next fight, I don't want him to head hand. I want him, because Fury's head is moving a lot. It's hard to target that head. But if I'm Wilder in this fight, what I will do is use the right hand on his side of his body, the rib. Fury doesn't move his body a lot; he's moving his head. So why not target the body?
Yeah,
that's why I think Joshua gonna have success on him, because I think Joshua gonna work his body.
Yeah, Joshua has a better chance of working the body because that's what he naturally does. I know he's a combo thrower, and he works body, head, body. That's what or head, body, head.
Yeah. Well, let's
That's
stick
what
on Wilder. Switch that to
yeah,
Joshua. Let's get back on Wilder.
yeah. Right. If Deontay Wilder, if I was fighting Deontay Wilder and he was going to my body, I guarantee you my uppercut will be working. I guarantee I'll be throwing that uppercut every chance I get. Every time he tries to go to my body.
Yeah, but I don't think Fury's uppercut is that heavy though. That's the thing.
No,
Because Fury punches doesn't hurt. It's a lot of his punches hurt. Not just one punch or two punches. It takes a lot for Fury to do.
Pete, you on the old school. See, he doing strength and conditioning now. He over at the Crumb Gym.
Yeah. Yep.
He's working on that power. You see that? Let me tell you something when you say Fury's punches don't hurt. And I just talked about this earlier before you stepped on. I have not seen Fury throw a snapping jab the way he was throwing a snapping jab than in that second fight with Wilder. He was bouncing that dude head back, man.
Yeah, he's planting his feet and he's coming forward.
You double it up too.
Yeah, that's a dangerous. A snappy jab, Tyson Fury. That's dangerous. That's even dangerous. That's dangerous for any heavyweight in that division.
So what do you guys go? So you guys think it's gonna be a Fury win again? But do you think he's gonna do the knockout again or by points?
Stoppage. I think it'll be stoppage. I do think the referee will have to step in this time because I don't see anyone in that corner throwing in the towel, and this is direct. This will be direct thing from Deontay Wilder. This will be. I think this is why Breeland was sacked directly because he went against
no towel, basically.
Yeah. I mean, Wilder came out and said that he's a warrior and he don't want to. That's what he disagreed with.
But how many kids does Wilder have?
I think he's got like 9 kids. I think about 8 or 9 kids.
He's got 8 children.
What, for real?
Yeah, he got 8 kids. Right, that guy's got 8 kids, right?
Yes.
He wants to leave his 8 kids either fight a fighter or a fighter who's brain damaged.
I don't think Fury can do that to him, to be honest. I don't think Fury, he's a good boxer, but I don't think he's the type of boxer that can actually, kill somebody.
Incorrect. Hold on. Let me correct that right quick. That's incorrect, Pete. At this division, any of these guys that will continuously take punch from the heaviest to the lightest puncher in this division, you could get brain damage. You never know when this is going to happen, fans.
Yeah, it's not the punches that leave fighters brain damage; it's the dehydration.
And the accumulation.
It's long beatings that do it as well.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
There's been people that.
Let me catch this.
There's been people that's.
All right, go ahead.
Who's talking?
That was me. Go ahead, A-Sims.
Guys, there's been people that aren't even big punchers that have ended up killing people in the ring.
Yeah.
Like Charles Bud Taylor fought 10 rounds to a decision with a guy called Claver Sereno. Bud Taylor had over 100 wins and I think 22 knockouts. Only 22 of them. And Claver Sereno died after a few hours after their match. So you don't need to be a big puncher to permanently injure someone or kill them.
All it takes is one bad punch. That's all it can take, an accumulation of punches.
And that's what makes it really dangerous at the heavyweight division. Monkey Kung Fu, great stream, D. To you and everyone on the panel and in the chat, appreciate the intelligent perspectives and conversations. Peace. Appreciate you, Monkey Kung Fu. Appreciate you for that, bro. But Matt Swat, let's get Mac in this conversation. What do you think, Matt, about Wilder firing Breeland? What do you think about his chances? How that helps him or hurts him in this next fight, this trilogy?
Man, I don't know why he fired him. I mean, I know the reason why, but I just don't think it's a good reason. And I mean, I don't know who he's gonna pick up for a trainer. And from what I hear, he's not very trainable. You know, he's not really willing to learn. He kind of just sticks to what he knows. And
Who
I
said
don't
that
know,
though?
man. I mean, it's pretty obvious he hasn't improved in 30 or so fights. You know, he's got good timing on his right hand. That's about it. And I mean, that's all I'm really starting to see from Wilder is that he's probably one of the single hardest punchers that I've ever seen, and that's pretty much it, though.
So don't you think he's got like a good left jab?
No, not really. I mean, it's decent. I don't see him beating Fury. I think Fury's got his number. I think once Fury found out that Wilder can't fight going backwards, it's going to be a wrap for him in a third fight too.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree, especially with the dimensions of Fury. So
That's the biggest thing, pressing him back. And,
Yeah.
and that's why I was like with a lot of these other fighters, you know, outside of maybe Joshua, he's like 6, I guess. It's gonna be hard to just press this dude back, bro. He has that wide stance, and you go in there trying to press him back without the dimension advantages over him. Like, you can find yourself on the canvas, bro, because he can step back and lead you right into that right hand. These guys are smaller; they don't have the reach and stuff that Fury has. So that's why I don't really like a lot of people saying, "Well, this guy will do the Wilder or that guy will do the Wilder." I don't necessarily believe that, man, because they have to be able to do and take away that right hand the way Fury did, and everybody can't do that.
Yeah, I think the reason that Wilder's getting backed up so much is Fury's hand and foot feints.
Yeah.
He's a real tricky guy.
Exactly. Very, very good. Those hand and foot things, some of the best, I would say the best in the heavyweight division, because Huey Fury, he tries to emulate that. The problem with Huey Fury is he doesn't hurt anybody. So nobody cares about his face. No one cares. He just looks stupid in the ring. You know, trying to emulate Tyson Fury. BDA, what's up with you?
Yo, what's up, BDA? I thought he was on.
ADs and Mark Breeland were involved in showing the match in the dressing room after the second Fury fight. Man, nobody cares about that.
That's all conspiracy. But you know, like Fury, like everyone says, like he's perfect. But against John McDermott, the first fight, obviously, to me, he lost that fight, and to many people, the first fight. And he has improved a lot as well. But he has went down against the other guy. I forgot his name. I think he's an Eastern European guy. He put Fury down. Fury is not, you know, it's not. And I think the other guy as well. I forgot his name as well. How can I? I'm not good with names. The American guy. No, the other guy called Patrick. Nevin Patrick. He put him down, didn't he? And what's his name? What, Steve Cunningham? Yeah.
Cunningham.
Yeah, Steve Cunningham put him down as well. And Wilder put him down twice. But the time that when Wilder put him down, people were saying obviously that was a Fury that was out of the ring for, you know, about 2 years and all that sort of stuff. He was overweight. But we know that Fury can be put down. So Wilder is one of the hardest puncher, you know, in the heavyweight division today in this era. You know, so I still think he's got that chance. And a lot of people are not giving him chances. Like you guys are saying, you know, Fury is going to beat him even easier. So
never said that, P.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a surprise.
I said Fury fight to the mic. That's what I said.
There's always a chance that Wilder, no matter who he fights, there's always a chance that he's going to clip him. I mean, the dude has a fucking bazooka for a right hand. We all know that.
Maybe 25. I said 75-25. That means there's a 25% chance. You know what I'm saying?
That's nothing, bro.
I just think Fury has his number. I think he found him out.
That's nothing. 25%. Come on, man. You know, we know that might as well be 99% or 100%.
It's better than 1 in a million. You know what I mean? So you're telling me there's a chance.
I know I'm talking to Fury fans. I know Brian is a Fury fan. You're from Ireland, right? Brian, we spoke before. You know, the other guy, I know his voice as well. I forgot his name.
Everybody know I'm a Fury fan. So.
I know, D, you're a big Fury fan. You're one of the biggest Fury fan in America. You know what I mean? But I like Fury. I said a lot of bad stuff about Fury. At the same time, I like to troll sometimes. I don't really hate the guy, to be honest. You know, what I mean, he's a good boxer. He's a great boxer, actually. But I just think Wilder still got that chance, man. He's got that chance.
Of course.
Well, can I tell you why I like Fury? From my, I seen the lad. I was 21, 22 at the time. I seen the lad spar when he was 14 or 15 years old, and even then, he was a 6'3", 6'4" guy, still, and I fell in love with movement, and I was mesmerized with what I was seeing from such a big guy. Me 20, me 22, 20, me 21, 22 or 23 years old. I don't remember when, but I seen him flying live, and never talked to him. At that point, I didn't know who he was, but even I can see back then there was something about this kid. And when he started coming up in the boxing ranks, he was someone I kept an eye on. And I said 10 years ago, I said this guy's something special, and we have to keep a lookout for him.
Brian,
So
did he start in Ireland? Did he his debut fight was it in Ireland?
it was in Ireland, and I missed it. I couldn't get a ticket for that.
Yeah,
I tried to
I think
get
I
a
watched
ticket.
that fight.
Yeah, that was an RTE, bro. I remember watching. Yeah, I remember watching that on TV, but I forget who he was fighting. But I tried to get a ticket for that there. I just couldn't, or they were sold out. If you know what I mean. So, but he's someone I always kept an eye on.
Yeah, Fury is an Irish. He's got like the Irish belt. He's got the English belt, which is confusing because Irish and England don't really like each other, really. But for some reason, he's playing both of them, really, isn't it?
But the thing is, right, half of his family, he's part Irish and part English. So somewhere they mixed, the Irish heritage and English heritage.
There's only one Tyson Fury.
But
yeah, buddy. Hey, look, this is the thing.
Let
me tell you about this, guys. This whole, Irish and English people don't get along, black and white, Mexicans and El Salvadorians. Let me tell you what always breaks the mold in that. The dick. The dick always breaks the mold in that. You can say who don't get along, whatever. But that ding-a-ling, my friend, is going to intermingle with whatever woman, whatever race. You understand what I'm saying? And that breaks the mix down, dog. That's why racism is stupid in general. Prejudice and all of that shit is dumb. Because these men out here, they stand by it. A lot of the slave masters back in the day, I don't want no nigga, and he fucking every nigga in the barn. You understand what I'm saying? So the dick is always going to break down the barrier. Trust me.
Facts.
Yeah. Technically, I don't see. Yeah.
D, can I just say something? There's a guy in the chat here. He made quite a valid point. A guy called Braveheart there. And he said basically like, he couldn't knock out a Wilder that was like a hurt from round 3 till 7. So he didn't really knock him out cold, really. Like, this is the thing. I agree with that guy because Wilder was hurt from round 3, really, to be fair. So has he even got the power that we're talking about? I know he's got a lot of punches and he can stop him via the referee, but can he actually knock him out cold, like, on the ground, like not getting up?
I don't think he knocks him out cold because I've consistently said that I believe Wilder has one of the best chins in the heavyweight division. And the reason I said that because this guy is taking a beating, and Fury, when he knocked Wilder down to the body, and I'm a Fury fan, let's be honest about it. It was a combination of body punch and balance is why he knocked him down to the body. Okay, so let's be honest about that now. But no one's knocked the guy down where he's like discombobulated in the last 10 years, or however long. No one's knocked him down like that. And he's taken hellified blows. Like those series of punches he took from Ortiz, I swear, I think anybody else would have been on the canvas. Anybody. So I don't never really question Wilder's chin. But here's the thing. Hold on, Pete. One more thing. Here's the thing with the whole Breeland not being able to throw the towel. Listen, It's public knowledge that Wilder got rid of this guy because he threw the towel, and he's willing to die in there, whatever. The warrior spirit, I get it. But because that's public knowledge, the commission understands that. These referees are not going to allow him to kill himself in the ring. So it could be just another standing TKO. If he gets into trouble, that's what it's going to be. Another standing TKO, and Wilder fans are going to be mad. They stopped it too early, whatever. They're not going to allow him to kill himself in the ring. And I think that could curse him concerning the commission and these referees because he put the idea out there that he's really willing to die in the ring. He got rid of his trainer that saved his life, basically. You got to think about it.
Yeah. So D, let me say something to you. You know Ortiz, yeah. I don't think he's got power at all. I think Ortiz is similar to Tyson Fury. He's only a smaller version of Tyson Fury. I think if that was AJ in that fight, Wilder was hurt. If that was AJ, I think he would have knocked him out cold. I think Fury, you know, that's a difference. And you know, you're saying he's got a chin. Yeah, he might have a chin. But I'm just saying, as a heavyweight, a guy that weighs 273 pounds, you know, I don't think he's got that power. He's got a lot of punches, but I don't think it's one power. So if that was AJ for me, I think he would have knocked him out cold.
Well, he doesn't have power like Wilder or Joshua or Dillian White. He doesn't have that type of power for you. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying, all of this pillow-fisted myth, people got to stop that. He's still a heavyweight, and he has enough power to hurt a guy. And if you look, Fury has good punch placements too. Like when he knocked out Tom Schwartz. Look, man, he was placing his punches. So if you repeatedly hit a guy with decent power, you don't have to have Wilder or Joshua or these big power punches. You don't have to have their power. If you could repeatedly hit a guy with decent power, you're going to cause problems. And that can get you a standing TKO. And I can see that happening again. Trilogy.
Yeah, Pete, have you ever tried hitting a guy when you're dizzy?
Oh, say that again, Brian?
I said, have you ever tried hitting a guy when you're dizzy?
Oh, when I'm dizzy?
Yeah, have you ever tried hitting a guy?
No, I've never been dizzy to hit a person.
Okay, I'm down here, right? I've been dizzy a few times, and trust me, in the ring, I've taken a few shots in my day. I've boxed a lot, but I've been dizzy a few times, and trust me, it's hard sometimes because majority of times I've been dizzy in a ring is not from one punch power, it's from accumulation. And trust me, I don't get my power. I've been hit by guys who were who had power, like natural freaking power, and I was able to walk through it. But the times I've been dizzy in the ring has been from accumulation. And that's my personal perspective. And when I hit these damn guys, that power for me has gone, if you'd believe it or not. The power I would have from somebody hitting me with one single power shot and me walking through it to a guy who's hitting me with multiple shots, he's not as powerful as the guy, you know, but it's the accumulation that can, you know, slow you down enough. You know, so but I'm not saying a power shot can't knock you out, it can, but from my experience, it's been accumulation of punches that has had me in trouble in the ring.
And I think that part of the reason of Wilder gassing so fast is the extra weight he put on. You know, not only that, but that's the way Fury fights. He's a wear and tear accumulation guy. You know, he puts on mental and physical pressure, you know, high volume, and he just wears you down. He'll put, like he did in that fight, he put his weight on Wilder every chance he got. He stayed close, he smothered him, and, you know, it just tired him out.
I'm glad you said that too, because that's something else that I find as an issue for Wilder. The weight. Because I agree with that. I agree with what Jimmy said there. Wilder had too much weight on him. But here's the problem. If he takes some of that weight away, that puts him at a further disadvantage. Fury's coming in 270 plus.
Yeah.
Fury's coming in 270 plus. So You don't want. I don't think he really wants to return to that 225-pound guy. Then you're giving up 50 pounds down there, right? And man, you get that leaning on you. You're talking about a vest wearing your legs down. What is
Putting
that?
on the weight was the right idea. It was
Fake,
the right
fake news,
idea. He
fake
just
news.
did it wrong.
Yeah. No, I agree. It was too top heavy, and his legs were, like I don't think his legs could have held his width
Right.
at that point. Plus, you're taking accumulation of punches, and you have someone leaning on you every chance he gets. He's
Right.
putting pressure
Grabbing
on
you
you.
up.
You're on the back. You're on the back foot. If you're going to distribute width and you're going to try to distribute width equally, like I would have definitely had him out doing road work.
The thing is, though, the weight. Yeah, I think the weight of Wilder. The weight of Wilder. I don't think the weight of Fury got nothing to do with Wilder. I think Wilder's weight is the most important bit. For him to come up like 332, that's a lot for him. If he comes in the way he normally comes in, I don't care how much Fury weighs. Let him weigh 300 pounds. You know what I mean? Wilder doesn't work like that. Like, because Fury, the first fight, he was about 250, something like that. So, and Wilder was a lot less than that. So it doesn't really matter. Like, you know what I mean? I don't think Fury is going to, he can use that dirty tactics if Wilder is, about 220 because he's more fitter. He can move more. But I think his own weight is what lets him down. Just sort his own way out. Forget about what Fury does. You know what I mean?
No, hold on. When you can't forget about Fury's weight because when Fury goes to wrap him up, it takes you energy to push a guy off you. It takes you energy to get a guy from leaning on top of you, even to move away because he got you wrapped up and he's leaning on you. You can't just forget about that weight. And if you're trying to do it with more muscle, which is, I think, what Wilder's attempt was in that first fight. If you're trying to do it with more muscle, then lifting that guy and pushing that guy off you is a bit easier, but you give away a bit of your stamina. But then if you try to do it with less muscle and smaller legs, then the job becomes more difficult and you're still giving away stamina. And giving away that stamina is going to cost you because unless he knocks him out early, the longer the fight goes, the more it's going to favor Fury, and we get into all of those types of things. Like, it's a lot you got to take into account for this.
Yeah. I agree with that. But what you call dirty tactics, I call boxing know-how and knowledge.
Well, hand locking, is that what you call boxing, Brian?
It's dirty tactics. Keep it real. Keep it real.
Come on, Brian, man. That's the Irish boxing then, isn't it?
Fury be doing some dirty shit. Listen, I'm like, this is how I am with it. Like the Utah Jazz and Michael Jordan, Game 6, and the announcer asked him, Jordan, come on, man, did you hook Byron Russell? And Jordan looked at it. He said, did the ref call it? And hunched his shoulders. So if the ref don't call it, it ain't dirty tactics. But I know what I see. Fury be doing some old slick shit. But that's what I'm saying. That's old school inside fighting. And that's where Wilder is weak at, bro. Like, Fury get inside and he does do some little slick stuff, but he gets it off. And that's punishment. That little stuff that he gets off, that's punishment. That takes strength
and a lot of you.
Breath away. Takes a lot out of you.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, like, the referee as well, like, they need to, that referee, he's been refereeing for the last, over 20 years now. They should have a referee that's a lot younger, that's moving faster. So when someone does anything dirty like that, quickly stop it, because the more he does it, he put Wilder in the headlock. So he's taking air out of the guy.
Nah, it's not that, fam. This is what it is. This is what it is right here. See, what a lot of fans tend to forget is something that the referee in that ring and the judges that's sitting there on one side of that damn stage. This is what you guys tend to forget. They don't have all of those fucking camera angles. And what makes these pros is they got their referee in their peripheral. So they know what side to hold or grab, what side to punch dirty, because the ref can't see it. Now, you can see it from TV. Oh, what the fuck, man? The ref right there. The ref is totally blind to it. This is what makes these guys good, dirty inside fighters. And I'm not going to say it's clean. I'm going to say it's good, dirty inside fighters. But that is boxing. like guys when they throw certain low blows and punch a guy in the hip, well, they punching him on the hip from the other side that the ref is standing on. So the ref can see a low blow going down there, or he just sees a body blow. But that guy just tagged him in the hip. And what does that do? It slows down the running away for later in the
Yeah.
fight. This is what
Yeah.
these guys do, Pete. It's not like the referee standing there and letting them get away with it. That motherfucker is not Mr. Fantastic, fam. He can't stretch all around that damn ring. He can only see from one angle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
boxing's been doing that for decades too. So
Floyd-
Yeah, they've been
Floyd-
doing it for years.
The
Floyd
thing is, though,
Mayweather, Floyd
Sorry.
Mayweather, and Bernard Hopkins, two masters of that, of knowing where the referee, is, and two masters of it. They've done
the
it
thing is, though,
many
Fury,
times.
Fury, yeah, I think this was his master plan. That's why he got rid of Ben Davidson, because when he went to the Krunks, yeah, like he knew exactly what he was gonna do. All the stuff that he done in the ring, it was all planned out. Like he knew where he can get away with it, how long he can get away with it. You know what I mean?
That's boxing
Yeah.
knowledge. That's
Everything
boxing
he
ring
planned out.
IQ.
He planned out. I don't think he's gonna do the same thing again, though, because you know what? You can't do the same thing. You know what I mean? Every fight is a different fight. I think he's planning on something else, but we don't know that. This is the surprising thing about
Well,
Fury.
Let me
Fury
ask you
always surprises you. That's the
real
thing.
quick, real quick. Let me ask you this, Pete. Why would you say that Fury can't do the same thing when what the hell has Wilder done differently? That's what I'm
He's
saying.
fighting the same guy.
He ain't nothing different in his past 10 fights. Fury could come in there and for the first 3 rounds try to beat him up the same way. And if Wilder doesn't show any differences, guess what? He'll just beat him up the same way.
Yeah.
Okay, the first fight. I mean, both fights, Wilder was the favorite, right? So now Fury is going to be overwhelmingly favorite to win this fight. He's going to be under pressure,
No, he's not.
and he is under pressure. Come on, let's face it. He's
He's not gonna be under
supposed to win this fight. People are expecting him to win by KO. You know what I mean?
No,
So I don't know how Fury is going to deal with the pressure, because sometimes as a fighter, you have a lot of pressure. You're only in the ring yourself. Your friends are not in that ring. You know what I mean? So can he do the same thing, or was
Fury-
it fluke?
Fury
Or
loves,
did he?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Fury loves with pressure. Right? This guy's been doing it, what? This guy's been doing it since what? He's 5 years old, been boxing?
He folded under pressure, so we can't leave that out.
Yeah.
That's where he pissed me off, and I was like, man, I can't believe he left the sport, blah, 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 blah. So he kind of ticked me off when he did that.
Exactly.
But this is what I'm
Yeah.
saying. This is what I'm saying about pressure, Pete. It's no pressure in this Wilder fight. And this is why let me explain this to you. The pressure for Fury is the Joshua fight. It's not the Wilder fight. Fury already said he's better than this Dawson. He don't care about no damn Wilder.
He says he's better than AJ. He says he's better than everyone. Come on, man.
That's where the pressure is now, to beat AJ. It's not Wilder's no pressure no more. It's just another obstacle, another stepping stone, fam. He don't have no pressure over no damn Wilder. All inside, at least he thinks he's all inside of Wilder's head. So Fury, I don't think there's any pressure at all with this Wilder trilogy. The only pressure is on Wilder. This motherfucker got to get his belt back. He got a lot
No,
of
I don't
D.
think so.
D.
I don't
So
think
are
so.
you interested in the third fight?
Is this Jimmy? Is this
No.
Jimmy that I'm speaking to?
No,
Yeah,
Jimmy.
yeah.
Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy. Yeah. What's up?
What's up, Pete?
No, Fury's my guy, Jimmy, and I've said it consistently on this. It's a pretty good chance. I might watch it, dog, but I'm telling you, if Dana throws something good on, or it's a good football game on, it's a good chance I'll be like back and forth on that fight. Yeah, bro.
Are you joking?
No, I'm not joking, because it's no treat. Listen, I like fights, Pete, and I've
So
said
when your boy gets knocked out, you're gonna regret it.
Hold on. I've said this consistently. I like fights, all fights, whether it's my guy or not. I like fights with intrigue, something where I'm like, okay, well, maybe this guy could win. Like Baranchik and Zepeda. I'm gonna watch that fight for sure. No way I missed that fight, because that fight's intriguing. I have no intrigue in this fight. Wilder fans do, but I honestly think 75-25. I don't really think it's much of a chance of Fury losing this next fight, because he can fight in 2 different ways to beat Wilder. He can outbox him, or he can pump him. Either way, it depends. To me, it seems like he can beat him. So I might watch the fight. It depends on what other sporting events are on at that night, and I might just go back.
Fair enough, fair enough. But I think this is one of the biggest fight of the year if it happens in December. I know for you, obviously, Tio against Loma is the biggest fight.
Damn right.
For me, obviously, Fury, Wilder, the heavyweight always, tops it up. Especially two guys at the top. I know he beat Wilder already. There's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. Obviously, Wilder hasn't spoken about it, so I'm not going to speak about it. But obviously, Wilder's quiet. He's training differently. Things are changing. Fury, when I see him, like he's doing a lot of celebration. He's on the streets in Morecambe in near Manchester. He's chilling. He's with the family. And I don't know. I think he's back to drinking again. For some reason. So I don't know what this is gonna do to him. He does look in a good shape. Don't get me wrong. He does look.
You know what you sound like, P? You know what you sound like? What's up, DT3? You sound like those Laker fans that was hoping. I mean, those Laker haters. My bad. That was hoping that Anthony Davis broke his ankle or something. They was like, man, Anthony Davis gonna get hurt. He's always he's gonna get hurt. And he didn't get hurt. That's what you hoping that Tyson Fury gonna slip off the wagon, gonna do something crazy. Yeah, don't hope. Don't hope for that. Only thing you better hope, and the rest of your Wilder compadres, the only thing y'all better hope is that Wilder don't get his ass TKO'd in this fight.
I don't think he's gonna get TKO'd. I don't think if Fury will win this fight, my prediction is he's gonna win by points. I got a feeling actually Fury is gonna play it safe. He's gonna use his distance and he's gonna jab. He's gonna try jab him, and he's gonna try that for 12 rounds. And can Wilder come in and give that KO? We'll see. But I don't think Fury is gonna do the same thing again. I don't think so. And I can't believe I'm not watching this.
Why would he change his fighting style if it worked so well last time? Why would he change it?
Because Wilder, because he used a lot of dirty tactics. He tripped him for once in the the second knockdown. When he done the body shot and Wilder went down.
Yeah.
When you look closely at that, look at close to Fury's feet. You can actually see like that he tripped him. I know the body shot hurt him, but at the same time, he tripped him over as well. You guys should rewatch it. I watched it. Listen, he tripped him. But at the end of the day, look, I'm not gonna complain too much. There's gonna be a big fight. I can't believe you're not watching it if Lakers or whatever are playing, or if there's a good UFC match going on. What about you guys? Like Brian, are you gonna watch it? And Jimmy?
I'll watch it, but I'm the same as D.
Wow.
There's no mystery in it. I don't see Wilder being a threat, and a happy Fury. And trust me when I tell you this, Pete. A happy Fury, not a miserable Fury. A happy Fury is a dangerous Fury.
Yeah, I feel the same way as Brian and D. I mean, I will watch it. I think I'm gonna watch it if it happens, but at the same time, I'm not too interested in it. Like I feel that I already know what's gonna happen.
Yeah. I want to see the Joshua. I want to see the Joshua Fury. That's the fight I want to see.
I want to see Joshua Wilder. That's what everyone wanted to see before Fury obviously came in.
I never did.
But Fury wasn't there though. Fury wasn't there. Fury just came in about a couple of years ago. Before that, we've been talking for years. Wilder, Joshua.
P, hold on. This is the problem. If Wilder gets that belt back, what is the chances of Al Heyman and them letting that fight happen, bro?
No, they'll do it now. 50-50. They were 50-50 and they'll get it.
No. A better chance.
No, that was Eddie Hearn's fault. It was Eddie Hearn's fault why we didn't get that fight. And let me tell you why. Because Eddie Hearn, he's willing to offer Fury a 50-50, but to Wilder, he was like, oh, you know what, 15 million, flat fee. Then he starts saying like this and that. It was too much,
It's because of Joshua's fan base, man, is huge. It's way bigger than Wilder.
Yeah, but just give the guy 50-50. Give the guy. Look, Charles Martin, you gave him 8 million, yeah? You gave Charles Martin 8 million. So Wilder, just give him 40%, 45%, whatever is happy with it. Make the fight. You know what I mean?
Fury's almost as popular as Joshua these days. And he's
he's
the most searched boxer on Google out of all boxers, bro. Right now.
To be honest, in the UK, even outside boxing, not a lot of people know Fury. But when it comes to AJ, Joshua, all over England, he's the face of basically England nowadays. He's with the footballers. All the footballers know him. Like he's friends with all the footballers. He's basically like advertising Lucasade. He's like the Under Armour, the Range Rover. You know, like he's all over the place. He's always on TV. Like, he's well marketed. But Fury, he's getting there slowly but surely.
That's the difference, right?
After Fury beat up Wilder and beat up Braun Strowman in WWE.
That's America, though. He's trying to build his American fan base.
Hold on, I'm being serious. Yeah, but that's when you blow up in the American media. You start to blow up.
Yeah.
A lot of American media markets are worldwide. This is how people get known. I'm not even like capping here. I was on Google looking at this, like who's trending, and his popularity has skyrocketed, fam. And like he's on Joshua's fucking heels right now. So I'm telling you, this is why he's worth more money than Wilder. Wilder fans don't want to believe because of the 10 title defenses. Nobody knew about him. Nobody really knew about
because of the marketing
title defenses, but Wilder fans. That's the
because
problem.
America. It's America's fault.
It's not America's fault. It's PBC's fault. It's their job to promote it. Don't try to.
If that was English, if Wilder was English or Irish, I think he would have been a big name.
No, can I say something?
Hold on, Brian, because I don't like those. I look at that as one of those narratives, pre-boxing, and let me tell you why I say that. I'm gonna tell you this right fucking now. The two most popular boxers in boxing history are both black, and that's fucking.
Not in this era, though.
My turn. That's fucking Ali and Tyson. So I don't want to hear shit about lack of promotion. They didn't promote him well. Oscar De La Hoya didn't do a good job at promoting. He was 30 for 30 with Oscar De La Hoya, and virtually unknown. I don't care, but we're not going to accept that Oscar didn't promote him well, and then the PBC, it's America's fault. No, fuck that.
Yeah. Okay, look Canelo now.
They didn't promote him. Say it with me. They did not promote him well. He's a fucking heavyweight champion that was undefeated with virtually almost all knockouts. He should have been a super fucking star. But Floyd Mayweather is too motherfucking self-centered and narcissistic to allow Wilder to become what he should have been. That's what the fucking problem is. Don't fucking blame America.
Okay, how's boxing doing in America right now?
Yeah.
How's boxing doing in America? That's the thing.
You're listening to America. But if you want to break it down, bro, I'll break that shit down. That's a bullshit.
Boxing's not doing good anywhere right now. Boxing's doing bad because of this pandemic.
Well, no. Before that, we're not talking about that stuff. I'm talking about before that. I don't think the NFL, the NBA, and even like ice hockey, whatever. That's more popular than boxing. Because if boxing was that big in America, Canelo would have been famous all over the world. You know what I mean? Only boxing fans.
Basketball player, Michael Jordan, black man. So still,
that was back in the day, though.
Man. Like this shit just doesn't matter. It doesn't correlate with what you're saying. It has to do with nobody in the fucking PBC will outshine Floyd Mayweather until he's dead and gone. Why? Nobody can't get shine over there. Accept that shit. Don't fucking blame
Floyd Mayweather came to England and nobody knew him. When he came to England, some people were saying, "Who are you?"
It's their job to promote. And Floyd, period. You cannot say that you don't see Floyd Mayweather blocking guys from getting their shine. You're gonna sit here and try to say that you don't see that? He does this because he's narcissistic, man. He's got to be in the limelight so that he can still come out of retirement and get $10 million for these stupid little fights. But he has to be in the limelight. So he blocks a lot of these guys from peaking their potential when it comes to the promotional side of things. And don't act like this shit don't happen. You don't live here, bro. Sometimes you gotta just lay back off.
I'm talking about outside America. I'm talking about outside America. I'm not talking in America.
Inside of America. And if you can blow up in this market, then that's a big jump to blow up in the world market. Because you know what? A lot of the world pays attention to this market fee. So blame the narcissistic Floyd Mayweather and stop trying to blame the American fans.
Okay, what about Mayweather? Why was Mayweather so jealous when he when he told a woman like that he's a he's a boxer?
I don't know why he's a little bitch and act like that. You call Mayweather and ask him up. Don't ask me.
Mayweather's not even famous like around the world. Like he's only known around in the boxing industry.
Okay. Whatever, man. He's famous in the PBC, and nobody else in the PBC is more famous than him. That's the point. I don't want to hear about
that's true. That's facts. That's facts.
Who should have promoted Wilder out of the yin yang, because the heavyweight division is the most popular division, should be the easiest division to promote, and they did nothing with it.
Okay, what about Bob Arum? Do you think Bob Arum would have made him more popular then?
No, Don King would have been.
Go ahead, Brian. Hold on. ahead, Brian.
Here,
What about him?
Don,
About the
here,
PBC.
Don King would have been a more popular because Don King would sell 40 40 fights, 40 wins, 39 knockouts. Don King would sell the shit out
He
of
would have
that.
sold the hell out of that. He would have sold
Right?
the hell out of that.
He would have sold that. He would have been around telling anyone who would listen, this guy's a special fighter, right? And he would have got everyone believing in the hype.
Yeah, but he's
Right?
old now.
If Don King was his manager, he would have been, he would have been worldwide known. He would have been worldwide known.
Who's Don King managing now? He's managing a couple of guys, and no one knows them.
Yeah, no, but that's not what I'm saying, Pete. I'm talking about a world.
Based on the hierarchy.
I'm talking about a world champion or a former world champion who was 40-0 and 39 knockouts. That's what I'm talking about. Don King. If Don King was his manager, he would have sold the shit out of that.
Like I said too, I'm not blaming it all on the PBC. I'm blaming it on Oscar too, because Oscar had a 30 for 30, right? So, listen, you got to put blame where blame is due. You blame his promoters. You blame Wilder himself for choosing the wrong promoters. And then you blame eventually at the end of PBC when he was to his glory, when they was pumping the 10 freaking title defenses. The LDBC was pumping the 10 title defenses more than the PBC was. The PBC should have been pumping that to the public because casuals buy for shit like that. They should have been pumping Wilder
to the LDBC
Ali because casuals buy, but they did not do it. So you can't blame the public.
Yeah, to be fair, all right, guys, how you getting on?
What's up, Stu? My bad.
You're saying that. And to be fair, I thought the American media did a great job promoting Fury Wilder 2. I thought that they left no stone unturned. I thought it was brilliant build-up. They did everything they could to build that fight. It did quite well. I thought it did very well, to be honest with you, especially in today's time. But
wow.
They had to put a lot of work in to get them sort of numbers. I just think the market itself in boxing is dead all around the world. I mean, all right, Joshua's doing good numbers at the moment, but trust me, believe me, when he fights Pulev, their numbers are going to be down. So,
yeah,
the thing is, boxing's a hard sport to push onto people because when they
he's got a lot of women that watch him. He's got AJ got a lot of women that watch him. They love him to bits.
The thing is that women will watch you, but the women will soon stop watching you when you start getting knocked the fuck out. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's the thing.
And they still love him. They still love him. They love him to bits, mate.
We'll see about that.
It's true, man.
I've seen a lot of women who liked Anthony Joshua and still do, but they like Tyson Fury now because Tyson Fury's on that.
I don't think so. It's not attractive enough for them.
Hang on a minute. Let me finish. It's not about six packs here. It's just about him being on a fly on a wall show, and Tyson Fury obviously let the cameras in. And the girls love all that sort of stuff. So they really like the Fury family. So he's starting to get quite big in the UK as well. But like I said, the girls will be on side. But when they start seeing you getting knocked the fuck out, they'll soon turn away, mate. They don't like losers, women, do they? That's for sure.
Yeah, but Stuart, the difference between AJ and Fury, his mouth gets him into trouble sometimes.
Hold on for a second. Let Smoke dump in. We got a lot of people on the panel. He ain't saying nothing yet. Smoke.
Hey, what's up, man? What's up, panel? What's up, chat?
First, Smoke, I want you. What is your thoughts, Stu? I want to get yours too. What are your thoughts about Wilder leaving Breeland?
Well, yeah, I've done a video about it. Did your friend want to go first?
Yes, I don't know if you can hear. Can you hear Smoke, Stu?
Yeah, I can hear a little bit.
All right, okay. What do you need me to turn it up or something?
No, I can hear you.
Okay. So him leaving Mark Breeland, I thought Mark Breeland was a good addition for Wilder. I don't know that Mark Breeland has the cachet. Like people need to be in uproar. Like Mark Breeland is some Hall of Fame trainer or something. I feel like it would have been better for continuity to keep Mark Breeland and bring somebody else in. But I don't know. Maybe their relationship is broken. Doesn't seem like he's been listening to Breeland for a while. Seems like it's time for a change. It's all about who he brings in. It was always about who he was going to add to his camp, in my estimation, after the Fury rematch. Like, I just wanted to see who was going to add. Taking Breeland away is a net nothing to me, actually.
I mean, where I am with it, I think the wrong man's been sacked. I've been calling for D's JD's to be fired for a long time. I don't even care for Wilder. I'm not a fan of his, but if he wants to improve even slightly in the sport of boxing, then he needs to get rid of JD's. This guy just is not good enough to be at the top level of boxing. And look, whatever you say about Mark Breeland, one of the best amateurs you like to see, world class jab, world champion at one time. What does JD's bring to the table? Absolutely
He brought him
nothing.
to boxing.
I tell you what, the only reason JD.
For me, it's not about what is JD's versus Mark Breeland or anything like that. Like JD's is a guy that got lucky because Wilder.
No, but if you're going to fire, my point is, if you're going to fire one.
But Dees hasn't been really the trainer for a while. Dees is completely over his head, right? So it's not about.
That's not true.
For me, it's not JD. Let me finish. For me, it's not about whether or not JD.
You didn't let me finish. That's the problem.
Okay. So go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, this is what I was just about to say. I mean, Dees. I mean, you say he's not the trainer, but he's the guy giving the instructions in the corner. He's the guy holding the fucking pads. He's the guy putting the Vaseline on. If that's not a trainer, I don't know what is. At the end of the day, he is the trainer, and he's not good enough. Mark Breeland has been made a scapegoat. And I tell you what, the only reason Dees has kept his job because he was willing to let Deontay Wilder die in the ring that night. He was quite happily to do that. But the thing is, Wilder's his ego's so big that he wanted to do that. I mean, this is how stupid Deontay Wilder is. He was willing to die in the ring that night. And look, there's more to life than boxing. So I think what Breeland did was the right thing. The only guy that cared for Deontay that night, that did the right thing and thought of, because let's be real, if it weren't for Breeland, this third fight would not be happening because Deontay would still be in a fucking hospital. So let's be real. Breeland did the right thing, and he's the only guy that did the right thing, and he got
the referee was about to stop the fight.
Can I finish my point now or no?
The referee was about to stop the fight.
Hold on. Let's smoke though, because we're gonna have Lisa come up here, so we got to conduct ourselves. Go ahead, smoke.
All right, cool. Like I was saying, JD's is not the head trainer. He is the guy that discovered Wilder, right? And to me, whatever, I don't know who was just talking, but I actually agree with everything he said about Dees being incompetent and being in over his head. I don't think that Wilder it's a measure of his intelligence, whether or not he's willing to die in the ring, whatever. Like, people are willing to die for whatever reasons. I'm not, whatever. If that's on Wilder. I don't want to watch anybody die in the ring. So I am very grateful to whatever measures were taken to make sure that man gets safe home to his family. And I don't think that JD's is the right guy for that sort of thing. Like, again, this is not an issue about whether or not you should fire Mark Breeland or JD's. If you want to have that discussion, that's a separate discussion. For me, it's been about who you add to the team, not who you subtract.
Do you think Floyd Mayweather's a good addition then?
Do I think? Okay, who is Floyd Mayweather trained? I think here's what I think. I think Sugar Hill is an excellent trainer. So unless you're going to get as good as or better than Sugar Hill, my answer is going to be why you have that guy in your corner.
Yeah,
once again, that's all he wants. He wants money.
All right, check it out, guys, fellas. We got the queen of the boxing community on the building, Queen Lisa. Let's let Lisa get her 2 cents.
Salute, Lisa.
Hey, how's everybody?
What's up,
Lisa?
Hey,
salute, Lisa.
Hey, how are you? So what's the question, D?
All right, so Wilder fires Breeland. What do you think, and how do you think that suits him for this fight coming up?
Well, I said it before on another panel. I said, a quiet man is always a dangerous man, so you never know. Like, I don't know who he's bringing into his team, who's going to be the new co-trainer. I don't know if he's still going to have JD's as his head trainer or whatever. But
it was a report, real quick, Lisa. It was a report that said Malik Scott would be moving up into Breeland's spot.
Malik Scott.
That's his best friend, right? That's Deontay Wilder's best friend. Is that the guy that
he knocked out?
Yeah, that's the guy that was in the camp. He's been in the camp, so that's just an article. That doesn't mean that's anything set in stone. Could be just rumors, to tell you the truth.
Yeah. Well, apparently, they're your best friends. So having your best friend as your co-trainer, or secondary trainer.
Yeah, maybe. All right, go ahead, Lisa. Go ahead.
Right. I heard somebody say that. I heard somebody say. What is that guy's name? Would be a great trainer for Wilder.
George Foreman.
No, the one that his fighter died in the ring. What is his name?
Oh, Virgil Hunter?
Buddy
No,
McGirt.
Buddy
Buddy
McGirt.
Buddy
Buddy
McGirt. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody has suggested that, and I was like, that's a pretty good idea. It's
Yeah,
different,
better idea than Floyd Mayweather, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I
No,
mean,
no, I
you know,
agree with that.
I can't really, I don't know much about Floyd as far as being a trainer, so I can't really speak on that. But I know he eats, lives, and breathes boxing. I mean, you know, I've been seeing him doing some work with different boxers, so I'm not really sure about where Floyd is at as far as a trainer. I only know Roger and Senior. You know,
Right.
can't really speak
I
much
think
about
one thing Floyd will do. I think one.
Real quick, Stu, real quick. This is what I said
Yeah, go
about
ahead.
Floyd Mayweather, man. Listen, Floyd Mayweather, in my opinion, doesn't have anything that correlates to heavyweight boxing. Like, and Wilder's not the type of boxer, the IQ level or anything, the type of boxer that can pull away from some of the things that Floyd Mayweather teaches, like these combinations and the pad work. Like, he doesn't have anything to offer the heavyweight boxing. Look at Wilder knocked out in there. So that's just my thing with Floyd Mayweather training.
Yeah, the thing is, the styles. I mean, look, Deontay Wilder just doesn't have the boxing IQ or the skills to do what Floyd Mayweather's going to ask from him. And Floyd, I think the only good thing that come out of this is Floyd's going to take the heat off Deontay in the press conference because he loses the mind games every time. So maybe Floyd, because Floyd's such a narcissist, he'll make that press conference about him. So that'll take probably the heat off Deontay. But what's he going to teach? I mean, he can't teach Deontay to fight on the back foot and counter punch like he does. I mean, it's not. I mean, I just can't see it. So look, I don't know if it's a good match. I agree with Lisa. Is it? I mean, Buddy McGirt would have been a good call. Sugar Hill would have been another good call. I mean, you just got to go with them sort of guys. Guys, that when you're a puncher, you go to a trainer that sort of specializes in that sort of game. You don't go to a defensive guy. I mean, I just don't get it.
Right. And see, the thing is that this is bad. See, this is why I get mad with not mad, but as far as like Wilder and Joshua should have already had that undisputed fight already.
Right.
Because now what happens when you leave food on the table, somebody else is watching. And here comes Fury now. You get what I'm saying? That one of their legacies could have already been, you know what I'm saying? Already etched in the books already.
Yeah.
So this is what happened.
That's what I was saying earlier.
You gotta strike when the iron is hot sometimes. Look at now what's going on with this COVID thing. It's throwing everything up. You just don't know. Life is not promised. So when you got that opportunity, you gotta move with the cheese.
Exactly.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I do know.
They should have had that fight a long time ago, man. You know what I mean? But all that, you know, I blame Eddie Hearn because Eddie Hearn was playing too much games. You know what I mean? You know, saying a lot.
But how can you say it's just Eddie Hearn? It's both sides.
But like, give him, you know, what he wants. Because look, Tyson Fury is gonna get 50-50 right now anyway. So why did he deserve?
But see, you gotta understand too. People go back to that $50 million thing. I think when he said that, it was just a hypothetical, and you know, he was just basically saying, "Do you really think this fight is worth such and such and such?" Well, he said, "If it's worth that, then pay me." That was just hypothetical.
He should never have said that. He should never.
Yeah, he shouldn't have never said that. But you got to understand, he was the A side, and you know what I'm saying. He did put the people in the seats, so. I mean, Wilder didn't want to take that offer, so and then they came back with several. I don't just blame that
it's
team.
Not Wilder.
I blame both sides. But AJ has been getting a bad
rap.
Like people he's getting a bad rap for it, and that's not a good thing.
They both are though.
AJ's a coward, man. People got to get into that perspective. AJ's a coward.
AJ's not a coward.
He's not a coward.
He ran from Andy Ruiz in the second fight. He deserves no respect.
Happy.
And he's low-key homosexual.
Happy. The fight fell through.
What are you talking about?
the fight fell through because Louis DiBella agreed the deal, not Al Heyman, right? Louis
Okay.
DiBella came in and said, I got $120 million offer.
Right.
He went into Al Heyman's offer and he was thrown out because he made that deal and not Al Heyman. And Al Heyman said, well, I'm not dealing with you because, you went over my head. And
okay. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, very, very quickly after that Louis DiBella and Al Heyman, they parted ways.
Yeah, because that's
Right,
not
I
how you do
remember
business,
that.
Brian.
Yeah.
Because that's not how you do business. Because the Zone should have went straight to Al Heyman, and they just went to Lou DiBella. You know what I mean? So they should have, that wasn't respectful.
We don't
They
know
actually
that.
apologized him.
We don't know
But it was
that.
all front
did
by AJ
apologize
and his
though.
team, man. Like
They
AJ
just
has been doing this for many years. This dude's a liar. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
He's
you
a
know, you don't
fronter.
even know
You know
what
what
you're
I'm saying?
talking about, El
I
Jefe.
mean,
This
You really
motherfucker,
don't.
AJ's
AJ,
got the
man,
best.
he's a known ducker.
El Jefe,
No, he's not.
AJ's got the
You
best
really don't know
resume.
what you're talking about, El Jefe.
Wait,
You
hold
really
on, Store Little. Don't talk to me, bro. I want to talk to you, bro. Don't talk to me, bro.
You just
El
cutting
Jefe,
people
what's the
off.
matter, mate?
You cut
What's
me
we
off.
crying for? Is it because you can't act like a retard at the BDA? We don't
Man,
allow you
shut
to do
your
that.
bitch ass up, man. I'll knock your fuck ass out,
You wouldn't
Store
do a
Little,
damn
bro.
thing. Your
Man,
broke ass couldn't even afford to come to England to see me, so shut the fuck up.
He gone.
People, I don't go by what people say. I don't go by what people say online because I don't know what goes on
It's
behind the
just the
scenes.
internet. It's just the internet. Then let's
It's
let's
just
not
the
take it too serious.
internet. Okay,
that's right.
none
Well,
of us knows what goes on behind the scenes.
Well,
Exactly.
I heard this from Louis DiBella's mouth. There's an interview probably about 2 years ago where I heard Louis DiBella saying, "Well, I agreed to deal. I went into Al Heyman's office after talks with what's his name Eddie Hearn, right? And
Yeah.
I went in and said I got $120 million deal from right, and he was thrown out of the office. And very quickly after that, they parted ways, and he
Right.
was given his marching orders. This is coming from Louis DiBella's mouth. This ain't coming from a second hand mouth. This ain't coming from a third hand mouth. This is coming directly from Louis DiBella's mouth. Now I don't trust Louis DiBella as much, as far as El Jefe could throw him,
I don't
as El
trust
Jefe
none
could
of
throw
them.
him. But
Yeah, I agree with Lisa.
at the same
I don't
point,
trust none of them.
Yeah.
something I
I don't
would
trust
believe
none of
because
them. Real talk.
yeah, Al Heyman is something I would believe because Al Heyman's the type of guy, if he's not a part of the deal or if he's not a part of it,
Mhm.
he's the type of guy who just throw a hissy fit.
Well, all
Right.
right, let me get some opposition in here right quick. Smoke,
Yeah.
what you think about all of this? Because I know you got something to weigh in on this.
Right, Lou DiBella getting thrown out. Welcome to the network wars. You should know who you're rolling with, and loyalty counts for something in the biz, apparently.
Well, not to Mark Breeland.
For Mark Breeland, we're talking about the network level, right? So
Okay,
if you want to talk about between the loyalty between a trainer and a fighter, that relationship phrased and they switch trainers all the time. That's not really news, right?
I was joking.
It is news. It is news when a guy parts with his promoter, right? But the way that the PBC does promoters is a little bit different than the traditional traditional sense.
Yeah.
The issue that I think people are having is the era of boxing that we live in now. People are either in the Bob Arum's school of promotion and they fights until they get big enough, or you're in the Don King era where you get a bunch of top level fights always, and both of those models, I feel like the fighter it wound up that the fighter got the shorter end of the stick if you weren't the premier guy, right? So in this sense, it is what it is for us fans. I think we have to make the adjustment to maybe not seeing fights that we want to see when we want to see them.
Right.
We also need to, but it's also we get to make the adjustment of not seeing our heroes broken down and broke after the sport's done with them or after they're done with the sport.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that. But $120 million, if that offer was true, Well, that could go away to making sure you're not broken down and broke.
Yeah, but that offer, first off, it was $100 million, not 120. And then secondly, him not taking that offer, it's not like he fought for free his next 3 fights. I'm pretty sure that he's going to be well set without that. The only thing he didn't do was sign to the zone and sign up for the AJ fights, which is the fights that we wanted to see. But really,
Yeah.
AJ next fight anyway. So I mean, really,
Well,
all this is
Right.
Yeah, he's made
That's
over.
why
I
I
think
don't.
he's made over 60 odd million in his last 3 fights with Heyman. So
I mean, we don't know what he made, but all we know is what they report.
I'll go by reports. That's
Nelson,
what I do.
hey, what's up, fellas?
Hold on,
What's up, everyone?
Hey, Eldor.
Back chill for a second. Stu was talking, and then y'all can cut in, man. Don't cut each other off like that. Go ahead, Stu.
No, like I said, I heard he'd earned over 60 million in his last 3 fights. So even if he can get another 3 fights out of Heyman around that sort of money, he's sort of like broke even with his own contract. So look, I honestly believe Deontay wanted to take the deal, but there's just something in these Al Heyman contracts where he seems to have these fighters where they're doing as they're told. Don't they? Let's be real, they're turning down big contracts. He's got some maybe he's lending them money before they get rich, and then it's constantly they're in debt to him, sort of thing. I don't know, but it seems that whenever Al Heyman speaks up, they sort of go quiet, and the contract goes dead. I mean, look, he should have took the contract, just like Broner should have took the contract from 50. Was it Jay-Z?
Jay-Z. Yeah, that Rock Nation contract. He damn sure.
What's up, everyone?
Can I just say something to that? The zone contract, right, was a flat contract. So you can say what Wilder made and what he reportedly made up to this date. But as a co-promoter of all 3 of those fights, he's going to continue making money off of that for the rest of his life.
Right.
The thing is, though, the zone should have said, we got 2 fights for you. That's it. But they're trying to like lock him in a big contract. They're trying to say you have to fight Brazil as well. Do you know what I mean? So that's why the zone kind of messed up on that one. If they would have said, I'm giving you 100 million for 2 fights, and that's it.
Pete, cut it out. It was 1 fight with Brazil, which he was already scheduled to fight him, and then the other 2 fights with Joshua. So that was basically a fight he was already scheduled to fight, and they were giving him more money than what was known to be given to him at the time. Smoke. What was
but I know your point, but I'm saying they should have just not got involved with the Brazil fight. Just say, look, we want to give you the AJ fights, and that's it. And maybe that would have worked out. But at the same time, they should have spoke to Al. They should have spoke to Al and say, look, let's deal with Al instead of dealing with Lou DiBella, because Lou DiBella is not the main guy. They kind of messed up on that.
But also, one thing I want to say about Al Heyman, man, is like everyone wants to say like there's something in the contracts that makes these fighters slaves. But what if he's just a really good manager and the fighters, they feel like he takes care of them.
He does.
They got good chemistry. People, I mean, that to me seems like the most likely option. I mean, I haven't heard any fighters really complain about Al Heyman.
Al actually gives them like backhand money. That's why they're all happy. Look at the Charlos. They look like multi-millionaires. And I don't even think they've made $1 million in their fights.
Yeah, that was my point. That was my point, mate. I think Heyman obviously gives them money and they're in debt to him, sort of thing. That's the way I look at it. Because, like you said, these kids are going around in Ferraris before they've even made serious money. I mean, I think I heard Charlo was walking around with one of his purses a couple of fights ago. I mean, I think he got robbed in a nightclub, but he got it back, I think. But I think he's got 150 grand. That's all he had for one of his fights. It's only recently he started to get better money. So
I'll go their backs, man. I'll go their backs. I don't think Eddie Hearn's going to do the same thing for them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know, man.
I think there's just
Eddie Hearn's fights get paid all right, man.
I think the general public, there's a lot of information about the way these guys are compensated that the general public is unaware of, and then people are just making assumptions and jumping to conclusions about it instead of just recognizing they don't know.
Right. See, the thing is that as a fan, I could care less really about. I'm just a fan. That's all. Yeah. I don't care what your pay-per-view numbers are. I don't care how much you make. I don't care what platform or network you're on. That's really not my business. I'm really more concerned, as a fan, as far as the fight, but now it's so different nowadays, like being a fight fan, like people worried about this and worried about that. If I want to be so worried about that, then I might as well work in that business.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just a fan. I'm not going to go no more across a boundary as a fan.
Yeah.
I could see if I work in that field, but it's just different nowadays. It just takes so much of the fun away from it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just being just a fan of boxing, you know?
Yeah. They feel like there's so much division in boxing,
Yeah. Yeah.
and there's so much obstacles to get one single fight over the line. And it shouldn't be that way. It should be you're a fighter, agree a deal, and
Right.
agree a
That's
date,
why I don't
agree a venue, and go and fight.
Yeah, but the
right.
thing is,
That's
the reason why we're
that's
getting
why I
involved is
never
because
partook in the platform or network wars.
Yeah.
Because I could give two shits less.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's important. It's important because there's so much division. That's
Mm-hmm.
why we talk about it so much, and why this fight didn't happen, and that fight didn't happen, and obstacle for this fight and that fight. Because at the end of the day, it seems like the division is the reason we don't get to see these fights, and
Yeah.
and that's why we talk about it so much.
it's the frustration. We're getting frustrated, so then
Yeah.
we look into more because we're not getting the fight that we want. If they fought each other, we probably wouldn't even be talking about this type of stuff. We'd be talking
Yeah.
about how the fight's going, this, that. But
But
now
it's-
we're talking about their pockets because
But,
they're
but that's
fighting.
that is how the fans participate in their own exploitation. Like instead of the fans saying, "Okay, I don't actually have the adequate information for me to make a determination on this whole thing," why don't you guys instead like saying, "If you want me to care about pay-per-view numbers, why don't you actually give me the correct information? If you want me to care about the persons, why don't you give me the correct person numbers? Because actually, what we wind up arguing is a bunch of bullshit. We don't know what the
Right.
numbers. We don't know what these pay-per-view
Yeah, but what you do know
we
is,
argue,
like,
don't actually have the information in order to even form an educated opinion on. So this is
Yeah.
yeah,
ridiculous.
but what you do know,
It's
Smoke,
like,
is
I'm not
hit
trying
the
to
smoke.
hear
promoters.
those kind of arguments, right?
Hit the smoke. It's like we're like waiting for the after school fight when we were kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Funny.
You got to see what's in front of you, Smoke. You've got to see what's in front of you, mate. I mean, look, you know, it's promoters and television deals that are stopping a lot of these fights from happening. I mean, it's just in front of you. What do you want us to do? Just turn away from it? Yeah.
Let him get the words out edgewise. Go ahead, Stuart.
No, I was just saying. I mean, it's right in front of you. I mean, while we're talking about it, it's because that's the reason why a lot of these fights. You don't have to give fighters a reason these days to duck a fucking challenge. I mean, a lot of them just give them half a reason, they'll take it. So a lot of these promoters, I mean, they're a problem with the TV deals. That's stopping it as well. And this is what's stopping the big fights. So that's why we talk about it. I mean, it's not rocket science. I mean, look, these big fights can be made, but you have to get everyone on side. And it has to be a lot of money involved for that to happen. Otherwise, you can forget. Terence Crawford has to move over to PBC if he wants them big fights, because it's not going to happen otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty
I
much.
mean, yeah, I agree. That yeah, you could. It's definitely networks and money people and other people who aren't even involved that we don't see, like the promoters, even the JDs, right? What the little known fact about JDs or little reported fact is he's also Wilder's manager. So
Yeah.
I got a
Yeah.
question for the panel. Smoke, starting with you. We're gonna go Smoke, Lisa, L Dog, Stewart, Pete, Brian. Smoke, Teofimo Lopez, Lomachenko. Who you got?
I still favor Loma in that one, but I think Tio has what it takes to pull off the upset.
So who you got?
Agreed. I got Loma. I got Loma on points right now at this point. But ask me when we get closer to the fight.
All right, Lisa. Right now, who you got? Lomachenko, Teofimo Lopez.
I think I got Loma unanimous decision.
Loma by unanimous. Woo.
Yeah.
L-Dog, I already know who you got, but go ahead, L Dog.
Man, I got Teofimo Lopez beating the brakes off of that punk white boy, man.
Yeah, right.
Nah, I got Lomachenko stoppage rounds 10 through 12.
All right. Stuart Little.
Lomachenko by a wide points decision. I mean, unanimous. I think it's going to be a bit of a lesson for Teofimo. It's going to be it's going to be the student in there with the teacher, and I think just a bit too early for Teofimo. I think it's hard. He's going to look dangerous early on, but I think once Lomachenko works him out, I think it's going to be a long night for Teofimo, and it's one of them where he learns from it, comes back stronger, or he falls to pieces. His career sort of like falls apart. It's one of them ones because that's what Lomachenko does to you. Because where's Rigondeaux now? Where's Walters? These sort of guys. So look, that's what he does to you.
Yeah, Pete, what do you think?
Yo, I can't believe I'm gonna actually say this, but I got Loma winning. Yes, I said it. I got a white guy winning for once. But listen, I'm only joking. But listen, the reason why I got Loma winning because look,
Probably gonna
Tio,
lose
he
now.
hasn't really fought anybody, and Loma is the experienced one, and I actually think he's gonna get him out of there. I'm with L-Doc on that one. Yeah, probably late rounds.
Oh my!
I don't see how Tio is gonna win. Tio has been knocking out bombs, man, bro. Let's just be honest. At the end of the day,
I mean, but the
hold
thing is,
on. I'm gonna let you rock. Hold on. Let Brian get his. Brian.
But yeah, so yeah, I got Loma winning. Yeah, let's go. I'm Team Loma.
All right, Brian, what do you got?
I think it's an interesting fight. If they're going to be a knockout on it, I got Teofimo. If it's
Bro,
going
just
to
answer the question, man. Who you got winning?
Lomachenko, UD.
So
I think he gives them.
Lomachenko all around the board.
Yep.
Lomachenko. All right, look, check it out.
Oh, the one thing you do know is that you win, or even that you're like you don't know till camp.
No, I know I'm gonna win. That's always a for sure. It's a for sure. And I won't go into a fight not knowing if I'm not going to win. Like I know I'm gonna win. My thing is give me those 3 belts that are actually mine, and I'm gonna earn them by beating you, and then we go from there.
That's it. It's over with. Teofimo Lopez is gonna knock Lomachenko fuck out and upset all of you. And I'm telling y'all, don't bet no money on that. P. Stuart Little, Stuart left. Get this smoke, Lisa. Don't bet no money. Don't bet no money.
Upset is the absolutely wrong word. Upset would be the absolutely wrong word. I am actually rooting for Tio. I like Loma a lot, but I just happen to be rooting for Tio in this thing because I've been able to watch this guy kind of grow up, whereas Loma came in a grown man. Not be an upset for me if he lost this. And was that an admission of cherry picking? He only fights the guys he knows he's gonna beat.
Hey.
Oh man.
He's saying that about Lomachenko. So hey, call it what you want. If he cherry
that's what I'm saying. He's cherry picking Lomachenko. Okay, all right.
For once, I like your logic. For once, I like your logic.
Appreciate you coming through, Sam.
Yeah.
Look at that. Bet money on Tio.
I agree. If you're gonna bet on Tio because Tio, he does have a puncher's chance and he's got a very good puncher's chance. And not only does he have power, but he's got the skills to set up a knockout. So I think it's a dangerous fight, but in terms of a difficult fight, I think we'll look back and say the Campbell fight was more difficult for Loma. I'm not saying Campbell had a better chance of beating Loma. I'm just saying his style would give him more trouble, but he doesn't have the power or the speed that Tio has and the skills to set those traps and get an opponent out of there. Styles make fights. I'm picking Loma to dissect him. That being said, he is 15 months out of the ring. He's 32 years old. He's a lot smaller. Anything can happen.
Yeah, like him getting knocked out in the 7th round. It's 3-1 right now, P. 64% Lomachenko and 36% Teofimo Lopez.
I'm gonna bet on Teofimo actually. I'm gonna bet on Teofimo Lopez 50. I'm gonna put 50 on Teofimo just in case.
That's a good bet. You're gonna get some good money out of that.
But this is what I'm thinking, man. Like, I just don't see how someone who's only fought one southpaw as a pro is really going to be able to trouble Loma a lot. I think a certain point when you fight the elite fighters, you need to have had the right matchmaking to prepare you. I mean, you look at Luke, not Luke Campbell, Jorge Linares. He had fought like 3 southpaws in a row leading up to the Loma fight. So I mean, I just don't think Tio's seasoned enough with that experience. It's going to be very difficult for him, I think. But look, he can definitely KO him, man.
All right. All right.
Oh, I agree. I agree. I mean,
Yeah.
he's a powerful young man. You know, he really impressed me with the Comey fight.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying that he doesn't have a chance. I just look at I'm I don't know Loma's whole amateur career, but from what I'm understanding, it's very long. He's had over 300 and something fights, and I'm wondering, has he ever came across somebody like Tio?
Yeah.
That's what made me pick Loma. He's had to come across a puncher at some point.
Yeah.
Oh no,
If
man.
not in his professional career, his amateur career.
Has to be,
Yeah.
Not
Has
one
to
that
be.
could. I don't think one who has the punching power with both hands that could probably also physically bully him and rough him up, like lean on him and do all that other stuff. I think
Yeah.
everybody comes in to try to outbox Loma. I don't know that anyone just came in to outbully. Maybe Mariaga a little bit, but he was just more foul with it, and so was and Salido also. He kind of roughed him up and like uses veteran tactics, all that. I don't know if anyone just used their sheer size to also complement what their boxing skills.
Now,
Yeah.
here's the thing. Fortunately for Lomachenko, that style that Salido has, that style really has to be forged through years and years of fighting that Mexican style. I don't think Teofimo, he doesn't fight like that stylistically. His front foot game is not the best. He's a tremendous back foot fighter who does have a good front foot game, but it's not on the level of a Salido, man. Salido is a very good. He's very good at that style. I don't think Tio can do that style, man.
Yeah. I believe I said that. I
Tio
believe
was
I
a
said that.
dog, man.
Yeah, I believe I said that before. L Dog. I said, what if Loma comes into the ring? And I think I said this to you before, D. What if Loma comes into the ring on the back foot, and Teofimo has to come forward to engage? Because that's something I've seen in Teofimo. He's not the greatest. He's not the greatest at cutting down the ring.
Exactly.
So, and I said, I think I said that to you before, D. And that's something. If I was Loma, that's something I would definitely think about doing. Is taking the young man out of his game and putting him into my game. And
exactly.
That can come from experience, and he definitely can do that. I think Loma has more strings to his bow, and that's why I got Loma. But if there is a knockout in the fight, I do see it going for Teal. But if that doesn't happen, I got Loma, and I think Loma boxes him. That's just where I am. But that's just where I am with it. And I said that to you before, D.
Yeah.
Brian, when you say back foot, what I'm thinking is how Usyk fought Gassiev, man, kind of in the center of the ring, but lots of movement, lots of lateral movement, lots of straight punches to avoid, getting countered. Because when you go to the body with these power shots, it's somewhat easier to get countered. But I think lots of straight punches, lots of pivoting, lots of movement, kind of around the center of the ring, with Loma being the one closer to the ropes. Not really like a real back foot, but kind of like an aggressive back foot.
Yeah. But even that there, right? Even if he steps back, and suddenly Teofimo has to cut out the ring, and Loma's pot shotting him, he's moving, he's taking Teofimo off his balance, off his game. If he could do that effectively, and I think he's got the game to do that, and I think this is his plan for this fight. I honestly do. I think he's not going to come in being aggressive. I think a lot of people are thinking he's going to come in and being aggressive. I think he's going to come in on the back foot. I honestly do, and take the young man off his game. That's how right. If I was his coach, that's how I would approach it. Take the young man off his game right away. Do not give him a chance to counter you Make him be the one to make the first move and counter him. Make sure he's off balance all night. Turn him all night. That's what I would do. And that's, if I was Teal's coach, or not Teal's, if I was Loma's coach, that's what I would do. And if I was Teal's coach, I would have had him training aggressive for the fight, because that's something I would anticipate, just in case it happened.
I think they're training aggressive. All right. What's up? What's up, Boom?
What's up, Boom?
You on mute, dog.
Oh, there we go. There we go. What's going on with everybody? What's up, D? What's up, Lisa? Just wanted to cook with y'all real quick.
First, let me ask you this: what do you think about Wilder firing Breeland, and then you can get your opinion on Teofimo and
It's actually official that he fired Breeland. It's not a speculation or nothing. It's an official thing that he fired Breeland. Like, Breeland is no longer his trainer.
Honestly, bro, I just seen a bunch of reports about it, so I can't say it is or it isn't.
Well, if it's official that he fired Breeland, if that's, I mean, in my opinion, Wilder don't listen to nobody anyway. So, I mean, what was Breeland really doing for him? Evidently, he must not have been doing too much for him to feel the need to fire him. I mean, he was the only person that was actually credible in his corner, and yet he got rid of him. So, and they already said they were saying he was going to get rid of him because he threw in the towel or whatever. But I think it's a bad idea. I think it's a bad business decision. I think that Mark Breeland was the best person for Wilder as far as teaching him the fundamental skills and to be keeping him fundamentally sound for boxing. But I also think it's just might be a publicity stunt. We might mess around and hear these reports, and then next fight we see Mark Breeland right there with him. So as far as I'm concerned, it's with Wilder, it's all smoke and mirrors until something comes forth and is concrete and solidified, is all the way true. Then to me, it's all publicity. It's all publicity. Teofimo, I think Teofimo has the potential to knock out Loma. Me and the girl right here was saying that was going back and forth about Teofimo and Loma. I picked Teofimo to beat Loma because I feel that Teofimo got too much skill set and he got too much pop with his skill set, and I think Loma isn't going to be prepared for that. Now, to Lomachenko's credit, to be fair, people always say because Loma's this, Loma's size, and Loma don't got the power, he don't got this, he don't got that. I'm going to tell y'all a secret about certain things with certain fighters. It's one thing to be on the outside looking at them. It's another thing when you in there with them. And a lot of the things that you think that Teofimo may be able to exploit, it might not be that easy for him to exploit it as you think it might be. That doesn't mean that he won't be able to do it, but it might not be the way I think he's going to be able to do it. I still think Teofimo is going to win. I just think it's going to be a lot harder than what the critics and even what we are saying that it is going to be for him. But I still got Teofimo coming out with the
Damn. Well, I was the man on the island at first until you came in here, Boom. Because Stewart was on here and everybody else picked Lomachenko. You know, L-Dog crazy ass. If it ain't Lomachenko or Pergovich, it ain't nothing.
Now, listen. Like my issue was whether or not how Tio was going to perform in the bright lights. But now there's not going to be any crowds. That lessens the pressure on him. But he does have a lot of promotional responsibilities. It's really him in the media talking up and promoting his fight. And I don't know how that's gonna. And for me, I think it's the first time for him. I don't know how he's gonna flourish in this new.
What I would say to that, Smoke. What I would say to that, and you do have some validity to make some sense to that what you're saying. But I also feel like to be on Teofimo's side with that, I think Teofimo is embracing the fact that he's the takeover. He's embracing the fact that he's the guy that's going to sell the fight. And I don't think it's as negative as you may think it is. Don't get me wrong. It is some drawback to that. You're the one selling the fight. All the pressure is on you to get the pay-per-view prices, the people to buy and all that. And Lomachenko is the one just sitting back, chilling and watching the show as you're the only one selling the fight. Because Lomachenko ain't really saying too much of nothing. Everything is pretty much being promoted through Teofimo and his camp. And that does put a lot of pressure on the fighter because he's the one selling the fight. Let's just be real. Teofimo is selling this fight, not Loma. That's the person that's really going to be the one that's really getting people to want to see the fight. it's Teofimo. So with that, I think it's a give and take thing for Teofimo. I do think it can be a little much being that it's your first time in the limelight like that. But I think even with the crowd, I think he already had that experience with the Comey fight. I get Comey ain't Lomachenko, but at the same time, he's already had the fight in the bright lights. He know what that feel like. He know what that look like. So I don't think him fighting Teofimo with a crowd would be that much of a difference. I think he welcomes that. But I do think it is a sense of pressure being you're the only person that has to sell the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's just it. I just don't know his anxiety level, right? So like, just to focus on specifically the fight versus all this other outside stuff.
Right. I agree with that.
Hold on, DT3, because I hear you say that he's got too much skills for Loma. Could you break down his skill set for me?
Well, I meant like in a skill set as far as to catch him with a decent punch to put him on the ground. We saw what Jorge Linares did, right? And let's be fair, I honestly do not believe that Jorge Linares skill-wise is up there with Teofimo as far as just raw skills. I don't think it's the same. As far as defensive, see, when people say skills, they'll go off of his experience on that. I mean, like, he's not as defensive as Teofimo. His defense is not better than Teofimo. His offense is not better than Teofimo. His punch selection is not better than Teofimo. Now, he's a better volume puncher. He throws more punches than Teofimo, but he's not as accurate as Teofimo. And I think that's where the difference is going to be at. Now, if Lomachenko was caught with a good, clear shot from a person that's pretty much that is not known for his accurate punching, how you think he's going to fare against a guy who is actually known for his accuracy and punch power? That's what I'm saying. Skill set.
Wasn't Rigo known for accuracy?
But Rigo was smaller too. Rigo was smaller. Rigo was afraid, and Rigo's afraid to get hit. Teofimo not afraid to get hit.
For me, it's also reflexes. I think that Teofimo's reflexes are really excellent. With everything else that Boone was just talking about, add reflexes to that also.
Yeah, but this is the thing. I would say one thing I think Linares has a lot better than Teo is his ability to fight southpaws. I mean, he's fought more of them. I think his footwork is a lot better than Teofimo's as well. Teofimo is an excellent fighter, but in my opinion, he is flat-footed. He does plant his feet too much. You know, Magdaleno was able to step around him multiple times. I've never seen someone step around Jorge Linares. He's got very good pivots. I think that's what gave Loma trouble, was the length and the footwork. Historically, those are the fighters Loma has struggled with. Guys who have length and footwork. Look all the way back to the amateurs at the only guy who defeated him, Albert Salamov. Tall southpaw, good footwork, was able to pivot with him. I don't see Teo, since he couldn't pivot with Magdaleno, I don't think he'll be able to pivot with Loma. I think Loma is going to step around him and turn him a lot. And that shoulder roll kind of has his square on, is not going to do him any favors.
Yeah.
If I could respond to that, I don't know if anybody will say. I just want to say that Linares has more experience. That does not necessarily equate to being better, right? That's the first thought. And then the second thought is that Linares is also flat-footed. And then the third thought is that it was timing that caught timing, not his footwork or ability to pivot, that caught Loma that put him on the canvas, right? I mean, at the point of the stoppage, Linares was up on one of the judges' scorecards, even on another with a knockdown, and he was down another one. So he had reasonable success throughout the course of the fight, with or without the knockdown, right?
I agree. But I'm attributing that to his superior footwork and ability to fight southpaws.
What I would just say would be the difference. I don't know that Linares has better timing than Teo. Maybe they may be around the same, or maybe Linares has a little bit better timing. But I think Teo makes up for whatever lapse he may have in timing with power and ability to finish. Like Linares, once he dropped Loma, didn't do a damn thing to follow up. Like Teo is at least going to test the chin and see where Loma is.
I agree.
Teal's hand, right? We talk about lack of foot speed from Teofimo Lopez. What we don't talk about is his hand speed. That guy can move off the center and land that right hand quicker than you can say. You know, his hand speed.
Oh, dog.
When he throws his right hand, and when he throws it straight, and he throws it with that quickness and power. A lot of people say Deontay Wilder has that quick twitch. This guy Teofimo Lopez, what I have seen from him, I've watched a lot of his fights recently. He has got a very quick twitch in that right hand.
Yeah,
And when
yo
he
D,
lets- when
yo
he lets
D,
that go,
I'm going now. So thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah.
The guy in the chat is not me, by the way. It's a troll. That's not me. It's just like beatboxing.
It's one of them
See you
racist
later,
fucking batty
P-Boxer.
boys.
Yeah, see that Lisa and the rest of the people
Yeah,
out there and
good talking
the
to
soak.
you.
Peace
Thank you
out,
guys,
mate.
and you as well, Lisa. And yeah, that guy's a troll. That's not me, by the way. You know they've been trolling me a lot with my name.
I
But
got
yeah,
you. I got you, dog.
all
He's
right,
a
brother.
batty boy, isn't it?
He's definitely a batty boy. All right, cheers, guys. See you later.
King Muto, what's up, King Muto? He said Loma wasn't that hurt, maybe. Maybe he wasn't. That's a good
Yeah,
point.
Yeah, maybe, but Tio's gonna find out.
Yeah, that's a good point. But I think people also forget that Loma hurt his right shoulder in that fight in the second round. He couldn't use it. And a lot of Loma's style depends on using that probing kind of lead hand, that probing jab to confuse his opponent as he comes in. And when that stopped and he couldn't do it at the same speed, or he really couldn't do it at all, it was a lot more easier to time him. So I think if his shoulder is healthy and he's using that lead hand a lot, like I think he will, it'll be harder to get him because he'll be feinting and probing a lot more.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that quick twitch that Teofimo has is very, very dangerous. I think not for Lomachenko, but for any fighter in the 135 and even the 140 division. I just think Loma has more strings to his bow, and I think Loma can approach this fight in many different ways, to confuse Teofimo Lopez or bring him off his game. And that's keep saying, I don't think Teofimo is the most comfortable going forward. And if I was Loma, I would try to bring this lad forward. I'm not saying he's the worst D before you get in there, but I'm saying it's not his game. He's more a stand, move off the line counter puncher. And if Loma can get this guy off his game, and I'm a big believer, if you could take a fighter off his game, and if you can use your attributes to control a fight, I think experience in this can be the key, taking away Teofimo's power and his quick twitch. So that's just my point of view on it. And, I want to see a good fight. That's what.
It's going to be a good fight.
Oh, the one thing you do know is that you win, or even that, you're like, you don't know till camp.
No, I know I'm gonna win. That's always a for sure. It's a for sure. And I won't go into a fight not knowing if I'm not going for it. Like, I know I'm gonna win. My thing is, give me those 3 belts.
Oh wow, he's a cherry picker.
I'm gonna earn them by beating you, and then we go from there.
And I think
he's a cherry picker.
I just think the timing. I just think his timing is going to be on point with Loma, and I don't think Loma going to be able to stand up to Tio like that. I think that we're going to see how the fight is going to play out once Loma gets hit. The first time Loma gets hit and his reaction, that's going to tell you how the fight going to go right there. Not how Teofimo hit, not when Loma hits Teofimo, because we've seen Teofimo get hit by a puncher in Kome. And if you could sit there and Kome hit you with a good one and you walk through that, what is we all know Lomachenko don't hit harder than Kome. So what is Lomachenko gonna have to offer to keep Teofimo off of him?
Accumulation.
I mean, Loma's knocked out better opponents at 135 than Kome has.
But how is Lomachenko gonna be able to stand up to Teofimo for 12 rounds straight? Teofimo don't hit like no bitch either. Teofimo hit hard as hell.
I know.
So
I know.
Loma gonna be able to stand up to that.
I know. It's at what degree does Teofimo land on him? Because if he lands with that power shot, it could be over. Like literally, it could be over. But if Loma could negate a lot of that power, and I'm a big believer in taking a fighter off his game, and this is what I'm a big believer. I'm a big believer in. If I was training any fighter, take away a fighter's strengths, right? Put Teofimo on the front foot, outbox him, turn him, make him cut down the right, make him do all the moving coming forward. This is how I would train, and if I was Teofimo's coach, I'd be training this guy front foot box. This for Teofimo, because we all know Teofimo is a very good counterpuncher, right? I'm also a big believer in concentrating on someone's weaknesses, a fighter's weaknesses, and repetition until they can so they can get a degree of comfort in each part of boxing.
Okay. Well, with that, what Teofimo is going to do, Loma is a lefty, right? So it's going to be my front foot and against his front foot. Teofimo, all he has to do is don't let him get that outside angle. As long as he don't get this outside angle right here, and he keeps constantly stepping to his left, Teofimo's left, Lomachenko's right, he'll stop him from getting that outside corner all day long. As long as because I promise you, Teofimo's, for every 1-2 steps Teofimo take, Loma gonna have to probably take an extra step or two, because Teofimo got a longer stride because he's taller, so he's gonna have a longer stride, longer step than Loma. So I honestly don't think that Teofimo, that Lomachenko is going to be able to get that angle, because Teofimo is training to not give him that angle. He's training to stop him from getting that outside angle. So he's not going to he's going to sit there and let Loma constantly go to his right, and Teofimo just going to cut him off. He's going to just constantly cut him off. So basically, he's not going to give him that outside angle. Teofimo does have good footwork. He may be flat-footed, but you'd be surprised what a simple step to the left or a simple step to the right will do. And I think that with Loma being so patty hopping over, he's not going to give him that, because all he's going to do is take that one step, and Loma's going to have to take that extra 2 or 3 steps just to get that outside angle. And I'm telling you, Lomachenko is not going to work hella hard to get that angle just so he can win the round or win the fight. I'm telling you, he's going to have to resort to something else. That basic thing, I'm telling you, Teofimo is going to take that from him. I promise you.
DT3, let me ask you something, man. Does Teofimo enjoy moving to the right, or does he enjoy moving to the left? Because if you watch that Magdaleno fight, Timothy Bradley and Andre Ward pointed out he moves to the right. He moves to the right. He steps to the right. He's too used to fighting orthodox fighters, man. And that's why,
I'm saying is,
what I'm saying is this, DT3. You say that Loma won't be able to get that outside angle, but a guy who's even shorter, Diego Magdaleno, was able to get that outside angle.
But what I'm saying is he's preparing. It's a difference. He's preparing for that. Like, he's expecting Loma to go for that. He's going to wait for that. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not saying that he can't do it. I'm saying that the way that they're preparing and the amount of time that they have in preparation for this fight, he is waiting for Loma to do that, because that is something that he watched Loma does all the time. You think he's not noticing that same thing that you're telling me right now? Teofimo see that same thing, and he's saying, I'm not falling for that shit. And he's literally in the gym training and preparing to not get caught with that type of tactic. Now, if he does, so be it. But I'm saying I highly doubt, with the way that he's training right now, the way that he's looking at film, because his dad is a film fucking guru, the way that his dad is looking at film, they're looking at all of that, and they're training to not get caught up with those same tactics. But I agree with what you're saying, but I think Teofimo is training to where he's not going to get caught with
it. Yeah. Or at least minimize how much he's caught with it.
Yeah. Hey D, I gotta bounce. I'll be in the chat, okay? I gotta do something.
All right, I appreciate you, Queen Lisa.
All right. Thanks for having me.
I'm gonna say, if it comes down to the dad's preparation, I'm gonna have to go with Papachenko.
Yeah, bro. And that's what I'm saying.
Oh, I don't know, somebody. Oh, hell no.
There we go. And also,
Nah, man, you're gonna get my live shut down.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you know, like this is my opinion. You can prepare for it all you want, but I mean, a lot of other Lomachenko opponents probably also prepared for that same move. It didn't help them all that much. The only guys who really, and there are a lot of people say, well, he hasn't been doing it a lot lately. I mean, let me just put it to you this way: Luke Campbell, Pedraza, they fought most of that fight southpaw. Luke Campbell entirely, Pedraza vast majority. You can't really do that step around against the southpaw because you're just stepping into their power hand.
Yeah.
But you know,
Yeah.
Linares, he was getting turned, but he had better footwork and he had fought a lot of southpaws to prepare him. So I think he was used to not, you know, his lead foot positioning and whatever. Crowler was getting destroyed by it. You know, let's not even mention that. But Tiafimo, lesser opposition has done it to him.
Oh, sorry, Eldo. I stepped on your last point. I didn't mean to.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
But I was going to say that also has to do with the distance at which you commit. If Tio just walks him down and leans on him and like wears him down that way, just uses his size to bully Loma versus try to outbox him like all those other dudes are trying to do, it's a different fight.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But I'll say this, like, everyone needs to check out, I saw on Top Rank, they've got like a, you remember HBO 24/7 and all that? Top Rank are doing one, like an ESPN for Loma Lopez, man. And it's going all into their training. So, I mean, that'll be interesting, seeing what they're doing, you know, how they're preparing. Just little shit, you know. But one thing I've seen from Loma is he's actually practicing wrestling, like Greco-Roman wrestling. And I think that's a good thing for him to do because it's all about, you know, the body weight, you know, manipulating someone else's body weight, making sure you don't get bullied in that clinch and leaning on him. You know, if you're not bigger than the other guy, you got to be smarter, you got to be more agile, slippery kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you
I
know,
think
I agree.
I think we underestimating Tiafimo's slickness. Tiafimo's slick too. I think we're underestimating Tiafimo's footwork. I think we're underestimating him. Mind you, I do not take nothing away from Vasily Lomachenko, the fighter that he is. But I'm saying every fighter that Lomachenko has fought from 135, what you think Tiafimo would have did to him? That's rhetorical. That's rhetorical. Yeah. That's rhetorical. I'm just saying the fighters that Lomachenko fight at 135. We're not talking 130 and below because the Tiafimo ain't really did shit at 1.
Campbell gives him a hell of a fight.
You said who?
I think Luke Campbell gives him a hell of a fight.
Gives who a hell of a fight?
Tiafimo.
Yeah, I think he do give Tiafimo a hell of a fight, but I think Tiafimo stops Luke Campbell.
Yeah, I think he did
the way I'm looking at it,
6 rounds. 5 or 6
the way
rounds.
I'm looking at it, Tiafimo struggles against tall fighters by his own admission. Knocked down by a tall fighter. Struggled against Nakatani.
Luke Campbell's not 6 foot. He's an inch taller than Tiafimo.
But guess what? He's got the same reach. He's got the same reach as Nakatani.
He's an inch taller than Tiafimo.
He's an inch taller, and he's got the same reach as Nakatani. He's also a southpaw, something Tio doesn't have a lot of experience. What I'm saying is, I think Tio would have knocked Linares the fuck out. I think he would have beat Crowler. I mean, let's not even go there. Pedraza, that's a good fight, I think.
Yeah,
no,
and I think.
Out,
I mean, it really comes down to this. Tiafimo Lopez, as far as you know, like just off the top of my head, I can't think of him losing a single round until he got to 130. Like after Gary Russell Jr. fight, losing a single round until he got to 135. And since he got to 135, he's only been able to really blow out Crowler. Everybody else has been able to run rounds.
Fact.
That's a good point.
That's true. That's fact. That's true. So basically, what it is he's not blowing through guys. Like when he was fighting at 26, he was blowing through dudes. He's blowing through them. And he's not blowing through guys. Like you see in Lomachenko, he's leaving these fights beat up. Not saying even though he's winning, he's still leaving looking beat up. And if he's leaving looking beat up against these caliber fighters, we honestly looking at it in the sense Tiafimo is going to do some damage to this guy. I mean, he's going to do some damage. You know what I mean? And Teofimo, that's what he does. He does damage. And I just see Teofimo walking him down. I just see him walking him down. I just see him walking Loma down and just punishing him.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think walking them down is the game plan, or I hope it's not for Teofimo.
I hope it is. I hope it is.
Well, yeah. Okay.
Real quick, guys. Enough about Teofimo Lopez. He's knocking Lomachenko the fuck out in the 7th round. I want to ask you guys this. I want to ask y'all this. What y'all think about goddamn Kovalev pleading guilty to the assault charges, man? He on 3 years probation and all of this shit.
Wait, he pleaded what?
He pled guilty to the assault charges, I guess, on a woman or whatever.
Oh yeah, that's how you call hedging your bet. Like, he wasn't getting out of that. The only reason he plead guilty is because the penalty for pleading not guilty and losing is bigger than that, right?
Right. Yeah, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah.
The fact that you need to tell us about it is shows something also. Like, where's the press?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
All right. If it was Errol Spence or Floyd Mayweather or Canelo, even, I'm telling you, bro.
That's the first.
Anthony Joshua.
That's the first I've heard of it. So, he pleaded guilty.
Oh yeah, headline.
Yeah. If he pleaded guilty, then that means he was going to go down for a while, and he said, "Fuck it, I'm not doing that." So, or
once you plead guilty, it doesn't matter.
If it would have went to trial. So, the fact he pleaded guilty means he already had a deal in place. So,
hey, this is my opinion.
Anyone hits a woman is a fucking coward in my estimation.
I agree.
So if I liked the guy before, I don't like him now. Put it like that.
I agree. And this is my opinion on the matter. I think that I'm going to actually withhold judgment from Kovalev, because I'm going to say the chances of him getting a fair trial in America, I think, are very slim. There is a lot of anti-Russian sentiment in America. So I think, he pled guilty, but, he could have been advised by his lawyer, you're not going to get given a fair trial. You're going to lose regardless. Just plead guilty, whatever.
I think
that's why I'm withholding judgment, because I don't think he could have got a fair trial in America. And I wasn't there to see it, so I don't even know if it happened.
All right, so here's really what it is. And that could all be true. Doesn't matter. Once you plead guilty to the charges, once the person makes a complaint and you plead guilty to the charges, then
guilty.
I'm not trying to hear nothing else you have to say, really.
Yeah.
You can sit as the day is long. I don't care.
Yeah. If you're innocent, you fight the charges. If you're guilty, if you're guilty and you plead guilty, you're fucking guilty. If
he felt like he couldn't get a fair trial in the U.S. and he fought the trial, like he fought the trial and then fled, then I wouldn't be mad at him, right? I would just be like, yeah, but whatever. At least he got to plead his side. He got to defend himself against the charges. If you're just gonna say no, I did it, then no, I'm not gonna sit there. Oh yeah, the justice system in America, yeah, the justice system in America is such that your punk ass said you did it. I've had to fight cases in America, right? I've had to fight cases in America. I've had to pay the price to fight for my freedom in America, right? I could have said I did it and had something lesser charge happen, but that's not how I roll. So
former unified light heavyweight champion Sergey Kovalev pled guilty on Friday. Criminal case which stemmed from allegations of assault on a woman and dog in 2018. The boxer will now find himself on probation for the next 3 years. Kovalev was alleged to have punched Jamie Fonts in Big Bear, California, back in June of 2018. The two had met earlier that night at a local party. and went back to her cabin, where she claimed the boxer erupted after he rejected his sexual advances. Bam.
Yeah, no, that right. The fact that they didn't even know each other, and there probably was no. If it was in the hotel room, there's probably no footage of it. He could have fought the charges if he wasn't guilty. The fact is, he said he was guilty under that circumstance. To me, that tells me the guy's guilty.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
that's a cut and dry case, and I have no sympathy for the guy because he put himself in that position.
Man, that
I didn't-
motherfucker got off
yeah,
easy. They don't need to have sympathy. He got 3 years probation. He gonna be
yeah,
eating steak and drinking vodka, and it ain't even gonna affect him.
yeah.
Fucking corner Rob in the building. What's good, Rob? You on mute, Rob?
Yo, what's going on? En el nombre del Padre, del Hijo, y Espíritu Santo. I know that people are waiting for the hat. People are waiting for all these things. I don't got a peanut head like other people on different channels. I'm not even going to mention different panels. But I want to God bless people. And you're laughing right now because you know who I'm talking about. You're laughing right now. That's what you know. Everybody over here is like, we're talking. We're over there. We're talking. We're walking. Yes, I got tracksuits. I always got tracksuits. I'm always clean with the tracksuits. That's all I wear. That's all I do. That's all I wear. I want to say
Wow.
God bless
Look at that real
to the
people
panel,
Lopez,
and I
man.
want to say salute to the chat. En el nombre del Padre, del Hijo, y el Espíritu Santo. That's all I have to say. What's going on, man? What are we talking about over here?
Lomachenko to female. What you think?
Say that again.
I said Lomachenko versus Teofimo.
Lomachenko, Timofimo, I mean, that's a hard one to call. To me, if you're a real boxing fan, you can't say that one is going to win over the other. If you do, you're an idiot. And I know that you said that you're going to get monetized if people don't swear, and I caught myself there. And this is what I think about that. That's a 50-50 fight. Up to the day that they get into the ring, up to the day that we see them, that's the only time that we're gonna really understand what's gonna happen. I mean, that to me, I can't sit there and say, yo, Timofimo's gonna win because I'm riding one fighter over the other, like other channels be doing. I'm mentioning labels. No, I really don't want to ride channels. No, I don't want to ride panels. No, I think that this fight itself, we don't know what's gonna happen, and I think that the excitement of that, and I got hair. Look, I got hair in my head. I don't got a hat because I'm covering something up. The excitement under that is because, man, this is a real 50-50 fight, and honestly, I can call fights, but we don't know what's gonna happen that night. I know the technicality of Timofimo Lopez, Lomachenko, and I know the bludgeoning of Timofimo Lopez itself. But right now, the mentality is very equal, and I look at things psychology and the psychological wise. Man, I still got it broke even psychologically, even though that Timofimo is younger and Lomachenko is older. I still got it broken down psychologically, split in half in one.
You got to fight 50-50. 50-50.
Say that again.
I said, so you got it 50-50.
I can't fight, man. I got it 50-50.
I got you.
And I pick people in every fight, but this fight really, man, it's such a dynamic style. I mean, ultimately, if I would have to pick one, I got Lomachenko winning because his technicality and his ring IQ. But the thing is ring IQ didn't do nothing against Linares when he hit him down straight the middle with that left hand. So the thing is, it's like I'm paralyzed and I'm being truthful. And if I sit here and be like, oh, this person's gonna win, I'm gonna lie to you. I don't want to lie. When I pick a person, it's like I feel it in my heart. You know, I don't like to be fake. I feel it in my soul. When I say something, it's something that comes genuinely out of my mouth. But this fight, I'm feeling Lomachenko is gonna win. If Timofimo Lopez doesn't stop Lomachenko's gonna win by decision. Bomb arrow, cookies in the jar. You already know how that goes. You know, it's very simple mathematics. You know, I don't give an F if he got like 10 rounds over Lomachenko. When it comes to the decision, it's over. If Timofimo Lopez doesn't stop Lomachenko before 12 rounds, I got Vasily Lomachenko winning this fight by split decision.
All right, I got you. Look, I want to ask y'all something in the chat. Smoke Ryan, Joshua Buatsi, and I can't even pronounce Marco Kalic, I think his last name is. I want to see Joshua Buatsi
Yeah.
face somebody like, step up the competition. But after he gets past this fight, if he gets past this fight, this kid Kalic, I think he's undefeated or something like that. And then he's an Eastern European fighter, so they can just build their name and come off from out of nowhere, so to speak. Because I don't know much about him, but who y'all guys winning that fight? But what do you think is next for Milwaukee after that?
Yo,
Okay.
shout out. Yo, listen, I'm about to jump off, but shout out to Smoke when I seen you own PD on this. Shout out to you, Smoke. Honestly, shout out to the people in the chat. I see you guys in the chat. Yo, salute to everybody. I'm not ignoring nobody because I love for everybody. Yo, shout out to Speak. Yo, honestly, man, I gave you a shout out in my last live. I delete my live right after I do them, but I gave you a shout out last night. It's fantastic, but Smoke, yo, shout out to you because man, you have this, you had that dude flabbergasted last night or the night before, whatever that night happened. You had the dude flabbergasted. I'm not gonna speak the words because we're not gonna self-promote because they don't speak about this channel. But you know who I'm talking about. So shout out to Smoke. That was very, very good. Very, very good. I was at work. I was watching the live stream early in the morning, and you left the dude kind of paralyzed. He was like, he didn't know what he was doing. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to you. Yo, shout out to Speak Your Mind. Yo, hit the subscribe, hit the like button, hit the notification bell. If I come here, you know that this is a justifiable stream. And everybody out there, yo, God bless. Yo, and salute. Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, I need that purple hat though. You still lost the bet. I appreciate the kind words, but I still need that hat.
All right. So Joshua Buatsi, what do you think, Brian?
Okay. I have Joshua Buatsi winning tonight. Or I got Joshua Buatsi winning. Honestly, I don't know where he goes after this. The 50. It's not someone I've really kept an eye on, to be honest.
Oh, okay. What about you, Smoke? You there, Smoke?
Yeah, sorry. It's on mute. This is a showcase fight for Joshua Buatsi. Like, you should knock this dude out. And he's just at the beginning. Look, the UK are very they promote their guys very well. So for the last 3 fights, we've known about this guy who hasn't fought anybody and doesn't have a very many fights. That's just UK promotion. They don't have very many guys, and so we know all about their guys who are supposed to be the thing. But I don't give a damn about Joshua Buatsi's next fight. I don't think this guy that he's fighting has a chance. And yeah, I think he's like 7 fights away from actually being something to even watch for real.
Yeah, that's something I agree with. I'll watch it, but I don't think he's anywhere. I don't think he's anywhere in any discussion. For anything decent at the moment. So I'll keep an eye on him. To tell you the truth, I really haven't up to this point. I know the name, but it's not someone I've looked at and went, yeah, I'm impressed, or someone I really know a lot about. Yeah, I really don't know a lot about him. I've heard the name, but it's not if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
So,
I've seen his last three. He's all right. He's cool.
yeah.
I mean,
I was just
yeah,
about. I
me
seen
too,
him
but
last 4 fights. He's pretty good, but I don't. What I don't know much is about this Marco Calic, right? And that's the thing. This like I said, we see like Makhmadov. He came out of the blue, and then I start looking at him like, damn, this kid's good. So could Calic be this guy? He comes in there and just F's Bawasi up. I haven't even looked at the fight yet. They fight tomorrow. I gotta
yeah,
go to the fight. But right now, I mean, off top of the hand, I would say because Joshua Boasi he looks decent to me. He has some work that needs to be done. But I'm with Smoke. I think he should get through this fight. Probably stop the guy. I don't know how many rounds this fight is, but he should probably stop him within 5 or 6 anyway. I
I
would
think
say.
it's an 8 rounder. D.
How
From
many?
what I think it's an 8 rounder.
Oh, okay. It shouldn't make 8 because
Yeah.
I think he should stop the guy within 5 or 6. But it just depends. I mean, this college could be a game opponent, and then what up, Glenn? Glenn in the building.
yeah, I'm gonna say like ranked number 2 in Croatia in the division. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sold on Croatian boxing.
Oh, hold on. Mark
Shout
know
out to
about.
L Dog and Philip Hergovich, but yeah.
Hold on, Mark in here. He know about these guys. He could give us the lowdown about these 2 guys, especially this college, because I don't know much about him, but I'm pretty sure Encyclopedia Mark,
No,
Encyclopedia
Mark.
Mark Brown. That dude knows boxing like the back of his hand, bro. He probably seen 10 fights in college already, and he only got 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, but anyway, yeah, I like I said, Smoke. I'm with you on Bawasi. I mean, he looks pretty solid. He's got a. It's like a lot of these young guys that look solid. What's his name? Jerron in his boots looks solid. Ryan Garcia looks solid. You know,
Yeah.
Evan Haney. A lot of these young guys look solid, but we got to see him against the right opponent. Mark, what do you know about this Marco Calic?
Seasoned amateur, fought in the World Series of Boxing as well. Fought against Kubrat Pulev's brother, Tervel. Fought him 3 times. I thought he beat him twice out of the 3 times. But he lost all of the fights, according to the judges. But that was more political. All of the fights took place inside of Bulgaria. So, fought against Joe Ward. I'm sure that's somebody who Brian would be familiar with. Joe Ward, very good amateur here in Ireland for years.
Yeah.
I thought he beat Joe Ward as well. That fight took place in Ireland. He went to the Europeans. He got to the quarterfinals twice in the Europeans. Fought at the Worlds. Got to the quarterfinals once and got knocked out in the first round in another one. Qualified to go to the 2012 Olympics, but pulled out due to injury at the time and broke 2 toes. And then he decided to go pro. Pretty big guy. His career's been up and down as a pro in terms of being able to get into the ring, but he's a solid guy, solid boxer. Actually, got some skills.
Okay, he's 27 years of age, right?
Yeah.
Bawasi, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just reading.
So I don't know. I don't know. That's why I was saying I didn't know if it was because Smoke was like, this should be a showcase fight. I don't know if it's a showcase
That's
fight.
because Smoke doesn't know who he is.
But I mean, yeah, neither of us. We admitted that we didn't know who he was. But
definitely. That's what I was saying. That's what it was. My impression of the entire thing was that it was a showcase fight, right? So
yeah.
I mean, and every right.
I saw that he had the amateur and the World Series of Boxing experience and all that stuff, but I don't know. If it's not a showcase fight, then I don't know what his promoters are doing, putting him in there.
Well, all I'll say is he's gone further in championship level competition in the amateurs than Buatsi ever has.
Right.
There you go.
See.
There you go. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Two-time Mediterranean.
Oh no, I was just saying. He said I wouldn't sleep on because the guys Croatian beat Babic twice, but Buatsi should win. Yeah, and that's what I was saying too. True, son. Like they've been proving themselves. Just like I say, the Japanese fighters too. People keep sleeping on Japanese and Eastern European fighters, and they keep proving themselves. So I'm not gonna sleep on these guys until I know something about them.
Yeah.
And that's really what it is. Like we don't. I don't know. It's just there's a certain level of proficiency before guys get following here, right? And I just don't imagine that Buatsi's there, and that's really most of it. Like I've seen where he's coming from. I think that he has the backing that people believe in him, and so I don't imagine they'd match him in tough with an unknown at this stage of his career. Is really what it is for me. Not that my knowledge of the fighter, right?
Yeah. Well, like I said, I haven't looked at the fight, so I'm gonna go look at this college, see what he got to offer. It appears he got a little pop with him, so we'll have to see. I don't know. It makes a difference. That makes a hell of a difference in the fight. I tell you, Fish, what's up with you? You said Buatsi is a class act, great matchup, and considering he's been out for a while, should be good. Yeah, I think it should be, especially since Mark just described this college guy. I think it's going to be a better fight than most people think. I think
Not necessarily. I want to give two prefaces of this. College has been pro, 4 years now? He's had 11 fights, got 6 knockouts, and he's really tall, right? But the thing about it is he hasn't fought since October last year, and Buatsi I don't think has fought since September of last year, right? If you look at it, Buatsi's got a chin, and college doesn't really hit that hard. I've seen Buatsi take on really big, powerful guys. Like people are talking about college being big. Buatsi's a 6'2" light heavyweight, so he's large in his own right. College ain't going to be able to stop him, even if the fight is good. College ain't going to get a win here on the cards.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. That's for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Because like Smoke said, and I think that the perception from a lot of fans would be that this is a showcase fight.
Yes.
And so no way would they give it to him on the cards. I mean, just with that ideology, I don't think that they would give it to him on the cards. I mean, I agree with that.
It's an 8-round fight, does it, Mark? Yeah.
It's
I think BoxRec said it's 8 rounds. I thought it was I thought it was actually a 12-rounder.
Okay. Yeah. No. That's what
it's actually. It's for the WBA international title.
Yeah. I think I did that there in my prediction league, and when I was looking over the prediction league, I think I saw 8 rounds. So
well, I'll go and give it a check right now. Give me one moment. If the prediction league says it's,
yeah,
I think Champ pulled those over from.
Okay, so Champros has it set for 10 rounds. It's 10 rounds.
10 rounds.
BoxRec have it listed at 12 rounds. But then again, BoxRec also have Jose Zepeda and Baranchik listed at 12 rounds, and that's actually a 10-round fight.
Okay. Yeah. No, it was 10 rounds. Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm guessing it's 10 rounds.
Decision.
Yeah. I think I had a 7th round KO. And
for Baranchik? Did you on the stop?
For Buatsi. Yeah.
Oh, for Buatsi. Oh.
Yeah. It's 7-round KO in my prediction league. So
I didn't even look at the fight yet. I don't know.
Yeah. So
that kid Keller
is that fight in Champ's prediction league? Is it tomorrow's fight or is it tonight? I didn't see that one for today.
It gotta be tomorrow because I didn't do that fight yet.
Oh no, Sunday.
Yeah, it's tomorrow's fight.
Yeah. So
yeah, I haven't even got do a day. I do with the. Yeah, I don't do the day. I don't even know what fights are on the list for tomorrow.
Man, I just do them like by the day, if unless I do them all at once.
I
Because
always do them all at once.
yeah,
Maybe that's right.
I got super busy. Like my time schedule changed. I've been working on a project for the last month, and so my whole shit just kind of is out of my normal pattern. So that's why I haven't been around.
yeah. Well, get that project done. That project bring in the funds.
Yeah, exactamundo, man. We're working on an algorithm to just the entire. Anyway, I'm not gonna go into it, but yeah, that's what it is. You hit
All right,
it.
fellas.
You get
4
down the
hours.
head deep.
We at the 4 hour mark. Brian, give me some closing thoughts, man. Wilder fires Breeland, Kovalev, piece of shit, kill Finger
Yeah.
Lopez, and whatever you want. Give me some closing thoughts.
Okay. I won't get into the rest of it. Kovalev, piece of shit. All right. Well, we'll just end that there. Breeland, I don't know what he brought seriously to Deontay Wilder, and I don't think it's Mark Breeland's fault because I don't think Deontay Wilder's, the type of guy you give instruction to, he's going to listen. He wants yes men in his camp, and if that's what he wants, that's what he wants. I think Mark Breeland was maybe too loyal to Deontay Wilder at times. I think there was times he could have walked away. So that's all I got to say on it. Now it's who he brings in to his camp, and no matter who he brings in, will he listen to them? That's the question. So that's all I got to say on it. It was a great show, D, and thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming coming through, Brian. Appreciate you,
Yeah.
man. Smoke.
And everyone have a good one.
Smoke. Give me some closing
Brian.
thoughts.
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, as far as Mark Breland getting fired, I've been going back and forth with my homie who, definitely knows way more about the sport than I have. And he hasn't liked Mark Breland since the first Ortiz fight, right? He didn't like the instruction way back then. I'm not, I think he's helped him with his whole right delivery system, but I don't think that that's going to be very helpful in the trilogy against Fury, seeing that Fury's training with Hill now, so he knows how to diffuse that whole thing, right? So for me, it's really all about who he adds to camp, not who he subtracts. He could get rid of JD's and Mark Breland, and it won't really make much of it. It's really all about who you bring in and to see who he brings in. But at this point, it seems like the hole has gotten even deeper for him when it comes to this trilogy. As far as Kovalev is concerned, I wasn't there. None of that stuff. Him pleading guilty means I actually don't have to care about what happened. Like all it is now is dude's a piece of shit. And I can move on with my life. And if he comes back to the ring, I don't know that I'd be very interested from moving forward what the size of this news story, right? And then who defends him and who doesn't. But that's anecdotal. I'm actually more interested in his fight career, really, and if he never fights again, that's fine too.
All right, Smoke. Well, appreciate you coming through, fam.
Yeah, man. Peace. Yeah,
All
man.
right,
I'll be done with this hopefully in the next month or so, and I'll be right back at 9 a.m. It's just I have to get up at 3 now, and I'm not done until noon and whatever.
I hear you, dog. All right, Smoke. Mark. Give me some closing thoughts, brother.
Yeah. Guys, Wilder Zach Breeland, he's come out with it now. Malik Scott's his trainer. Great news. You heard it here first. Ain't no way that man's winning. It's game over. Even Smoke is talking about he doesn't care if he fights again or not, which is telling you he's throwing in the towel for him. It's game over, guys. Also, subscribe if you're new. Hit the like button and peace.
Peace out, Mark. Appreciate you, fam. Always a pleasure. Always welcome, dog. Well, guys, I will say this. Deontay Wilder to me has even less of a chance to beat Tyson Fury. I don't see much intrigue in that fight. Hopefully, it's not another event going on that night because I would like to see Tyson Fury beat up Wilder again. But if it's something else interesting, I'm going to be watching that. Teofimo Lopez is going to knock Lomachenko the fuck out, 7th round. And Sergey Kovalev, you idiot. That's all I got to say about that. Y'all know how I always end this thing. For the love of sports, let's talk about it. Peace.